Hello. Good morning, everyone. This is where we say it's the last lap, the last hurrah. This is where we say, at last. We are at the third and final day of the 38th Annual Conference of Canto. You have been an amazing audience. Have you had breakfast? Have you had breakfast? So for the persons who said no, we're all or mostly Caribbean people here. We know that if you don't have anything hot, whether it's breakfast, coffee or tea, gas, I go pack, you're up. But if Narda James is still here, she says she walks with Sarah C. Bush everywhere she goes. You might want to find Narda. Thank you so very much for being here. Was there anyone here in the room who was at the very last session yesterday? That probably was one of the most eye-opening sessions we have had. For those of you who weren't, I'm going to make you feel a little bit badly for not being there. It was on cyber intelligence, and even though we've been speaking about cyber security and cyber attacks and cyber this and cyber that, and we assume we understand what we need to do, this guy, Robert, was a retired member of the United States Secret Service. And he basically did reconnaissance on companies that operate, telcos, that operate within the Caribbean and the Latin American market. He went to the dark web the night before, and then he pulled up information that is now on the dark web with employees' information, password, role, responsibility, customers' information, our names, our banks. And some of those telcos were actually customers of, or were employees of. And it was when he showed those slides did we go, oh my gosh. If you haven't, I don't know if all of the presentations will be available. I do not know if all the slides will be available. But certainly if you have the opportunity to speak with Robert, because he actually helps companies by going in and doing reconnaissance on the dark web, he can get information to find out if your company's assets have been compromised. So that last session was a real treat, and at 5:30, people were still asking questions because it was that good. So I say this to say, it's a long day. I know you have other commitments and engagements and networking sessions, but try not to miss some of the sessions because they're absolutely fantastic. The first person in the room this morning was this lovely lady in burnt orange, Jasmine. I have a gift here that you don't have to do anything for. They are earbuds, and simply for being the earliest bird in the room, you get your earbuds. Whatever, Jasmine. I hope you have a terrible day. So the headline sponsor is CWC, and if you haven't already visited their booth, they have this great IoT presentation, and you also get the little portable fans that you get to stick in to your phone. So if you're going back to your very hot and humid countries, that might be a very nice gift to take back as well. Diamond sponsor Digicel, Platinum sponsor ATN International. We want to thank all of our sponsors. The live stream is sponsored by Telecommunication Services of Trinidad and Tobago, TSTT. Good morning to all of you in La La Land, online watching, and you've been with us for the past 3.5 days. We appreciate your company. We just want to remind you that today is the last day that we're going to be looking at the leaderboard to see who has been using the event app, where these points are standing, to give away those that gift. Coffee break is at 11:20 a.m. in the exhibition ballroom. Lunch will be held in the exhibition ballroom at 1:05. It's a lunch and learn. You can win cool prizes, and don't forget to visit the exhibitors. If you haven't already checked it out, the AI-powered command vehicle. Our panelists spoke about AI yesterday, so I hope you have the chance of checking that out. Finally, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the amazing AV team as well as the banquet team. They have been absolutely extraordinary to work with over the next 3 days. So I just want to say thank you, guys, those of you around the back and those who are operating in the back there. Finally, I'm Terry Carell. I have been your host for the past 3.5 days. Your Chief Experience Officer. Oh, thank you. And because of my duty, I may not get to meet each and every one of you individually, but hopefully we can always connect. We can always get to know each other on LinkedIn afterwards. So this is the final day, and the keynote, we heard the word spectrum mentioned a couple times yesterday, and so it makes a lot of sense for us to dive a little bit deeper into the topic. The keynote this morning is mid-band spectrum for 5G requirements and beyond. And our keynote speaker is Dr. Veena Rawat, Senior Spectrum Advisor, GSMA. And just for you to understand that she's a big deal, Veena is currently working as a communications technologist consultant, providing advisory services to a number of organizations and corporations nationally and internationally. She's been the vice president and ambassador to ITU for BlackBerry. She was the president of Communications Research Center. And needless to say, she's many firsts, and she has many firsts in her career, and a long list of national as well as international awards and accolades. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our very first and our morning keynote, Dr. Veena Rawat.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're great. You're great. Thank you very much. Good morning. And I want to tell our host that I'm one of them who hasn't had breakfast or coffee. But I'll function. I'll function. May not be as good as the last night's session, but I'll function. Good morning again. And I have to say that I'm so pleased to be here because some of my Caribbean friends know that how much I care for them or care for my friendship with them, and hopefully it's the same thing for them with me. It's just so great to see them in person, and my first meeting was CTU meeting in person after the epidemic, and it was in Jamaica, and it was just, I was thrilled to see most of my Caribbean friends. Okay. There is a change of topic a little bit, but I was really glad to hear that the host said that you did talk. The spectrum was mentioned throughout, but I know the conference was about really digital transformation, digital equality, digital inclusion. But I want to tell you, those are really, really good goals, and I certainly believe in them. But one key ingredient, one of the key ingredients, it's not everything, but one of the key ingredients, an important one, is the spectrum. Without the spectrum, we can't deal with this digital inclusion. We can't take the wireless services to the underserved areas or wherever you want to take them. We can't connect them. And especially in areas where there is no fiber, we really need high-speed wireless. So the topic for me today is to talk about what is the mid-band spectrum, why is it so important for this digital inclusion, digital equality, which we are all trying to achieve for our citizens. I will minimize, I'm telling myself, I promise to myself that I'll minimize the use of the acronyms because I'm used to them. But please ask me if I am using an acronym and you don't know what I'm talking. But I will talk about frequency bands, megahertz, and gigahertz. So let me start. Can I have this first slide, please? Thank you. So this is about digital equality, and the spectrum is needed. When we think of spectrum, it's needed in three parts, because the spectrum is this big. So we talk about low band, we talk about mid band, and we talk about millimeter wave bands or high bands. But my focus today will be mid-band, not to say that the Caribbean states should not be interested in the low band. But if you will give me 10% or more time, I would talk about the low band, but in my committed time, I will talk about the mid-band only today. The reason I'm talking today is from today, exactly 4 months from now, there is a very, very important meeting, international meeting of United Nations. International Telecommunication Union is an organization of United Nations, which is like WHO for health. They do all the radio regulations for radio communication services. And wireless services are all radio communication services. They will have a 1 month long, they call it a conference, WRC, World Radio Conference 23. You will hear that name a lot between now and, I'm sure if you're a regulator, you have been hearing it for the last 4 years, WRC 23, because the preparations have been going on for the last 4 years. But now we are in the last stretch of it, and that's why I'm here to tell you what is at stake from spectrum, from mid-band perspective, to meet our objectives of the digital inclusion, digital equality, etc., at stake at this conference. Okay, so 3.5 gigahertz, and I'll explain what the 3.5 gigahertz band looks like for 5G. And 5G, as you know, is happening, not necessarily in all areas, but is happening. My device has the 5G band, has the 3.5 gigahertz band. But it's not sufficient. And if you run out of the 3.5 gigahertz, you need to know where do you go. And that's the expansion for the 5G band, and that I will talk about the 6 gigahertz. So my focus of the talk, I've taken this long to tell you, my focus of the talk is about 3.5 gigahertz and about 6 gigahertz expansion for 5G. Next slide, please. Thank you. So you heard in my introduction that I represent GSMA. GSMA does extensive studies in terms of what the spectrum needs are for mobile broadband, what the socioeconomic impacts are, and those are very thorough studies, recognizing that all studies have built-in assumptions. And you change them, the results change. We recognize them, but using very realistic assumptions, very realistic data, they do a lot of studies. So for this conference, for the WRC 23, we looked at, and we said, how much spectrum do we need, mid-band? We need about 2 gigahertz of spectrum, the bandwidth, not the band, but the total bandwidth needed is 2 gigahertz. And the study was done for a number of countries, but the numbers I have given here, and unfortunately there isn't any number for the Caribbean states here, but you can see that we have covered the world in this study. And that 2 gigahertz is needed. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is my first spectrum chart to tell you where the 3.5 gig and where the 6 gigahertz sit. On the left-hand side, where you see the blue part, this is the spectrum between 1 to 3 gigahertz, and most regulators have assigned it for, have been assigning it for 2G, 3G, 4G, okay? And these are some of the bands like 2.6 gigahertz, 1800 megahertz, 2.1 gigahertz. These are all the bands. Most of my colleagues here who are in the spectrum business are very familiar with it because most of them are authorized and they are in use, and that's what our phones are using, depending on the service. But my focus is, as I said, in 3.5 gig, and the 3.5 gig I look at it as 2 components. I look at it as lower 3.5 gigahertz, which is 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz, okay? And the upper 3.5 gigahertz is 3.8 to 4.2 gigahertz. And the other band, which is in red, is the 6 gigahertz band, and I'm going to get into the details of these. let me say in the same breath that these bands are not just free. They are encumbered. There are existing users there. In the 3.5 gigahertz, I'm sure you have got fixed satellite services. You're operating fixed satellite services in there. And then maybe you even have, in my old days when I was the Canadian regulator, we even had our carriers were doing a lot of backhaul in 3.5 gigahertz. But now, with fiber to major cities and higher frequency bands being available, technology has caught up. So the higher frequency bands are available for backhaul. So there isn't that much backhaul in 3.5 gig. But there is that satellite service there. So we need to make sure that when we are dealing with new access to new spectrum, that we are also dealing with existing services and how the new services will coexist. So I'm going to get into the details of 3.5 gig and then 6 gig and then tell you that all this discussion, and this I should have told you right at the beginning, being in the Caribbean states, and I come from Canada, we all follow CTAL for the preparations of WRCs, for the ITU meetings. We are a group. We work under the Organization of American States. They have a committee called CTAL, CITEL. That's where they do as a community, America's community, to prepare for the WRC. I know we have a lot of diverse needs, etc., but we try to do our best in CTAL to bring in our common views when we go to the UN body, ITU's WRC 23. So I'm going to tell you, once I have gone through these bands, what is happening in CTAL, because it's only 4 months left. They are very close to finalizing their preparations, and the final meeting, and I'm very happy to say their final meeting will be in Ottawa, end of August. And that will be the last meeting where the CTAL will come and CTAL discussions will take place. And the Caribbean states are very active in CTAL, that we will have our final, what we refer to as common proposals, Inter-American Common Proposals, IAPs. That's another acronym, IAP. And that's the final goal of that meeting. So I'll talk about that, about what is going on in CTAL and what exactly we are asking for. Next slide, please. So here is the 3.5 gig range and what is at stake. Now I'm going to get into this WRC 23, and hopefully I've given you enough background about this WRC 23. So WRC 23 has got this, all WRCs also I should say, they run with agenda items. Every meeting has to have an agenda. They have agenda items, which was set 4 years ago, was approved a year later, but has got an agenda item. The agenda item, which is very, very, very important for this conference, for mobile broadband connectivity and all the objectives I talked about earlier, is agenda item 1.2. And under that agenda item 1.2, why am I talking about 3.5 gig and 6 gig? Because these are both bands on the agenda. And CTAL would be looking at developing, finalizing, not, they're developing already, finalizing the common proposals for that. So what's at stake here in terms of the 3.5 gigahertz range? As I said, I look at it at the lower range. Lower range is 3.3 to 3.8. So look at the yellow box. The yellow boxes are 3.3 to 3.4 gigahertz. It's on the WRC agenda. And then the other yellow box is 3.6 to 3.8 gigahertz, another 200 meg. So 300 megahertz of this spectrum for which we are already, many countries are already using for 5G. They did not wait for the WRC decision because WRC has got its own schedule, but the market has got its own demands and needs that many countries are already using parts of this 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz range, out of which 300 megahertz is for discussion, the yellow boxes. What is not for discussion and what was a big, big, big achievement over 3 or 4 WRCs was the middle 200 megahertz, which is 3.4 to 3.6 gigahertz. We got it harmonized. In our region, if you are today looking at authorizing or you have already authorized in your country, in your state, spectrum for 5G, the 3.5 gig being the key band, you have either authorized the 200 megahertz, or some countries in Latin America have authorized 300 megahertz because they also already have 3.3 to 3.4, the lower end. Okay, they already have it from the previous conference, but it's not available for the whole region. That's why it's on the agenda. You have, most of you have 200 megahertz. You may have heard of 3GPP. They do the standards for the wireless services, and we follow, the manufacturers globally follow the 3GPP standards. They have the standard for 3.3 to 3.8 gig, the whole 500 megahertz bandwidth. But recognize the globally harmonized band, I can say, and even regionally for us, for Americas, you only have 200 megahertz, 3.4 to 3.6 gigahertz. If you're authorizing more than that, well, you're authorizing because you may be in one of the footnotes which says that you could also use 3.3 to 3.4. But 3GPP said, when they did the standard for 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz, the whole 500 megahertz, to meet the requirements of 5G, 1 gigabit of capacity delivering, you need 100 megahertz channel width. So the days are gone by when, I remember very well, when we used to auction the spectrum and auction in 10 megahertz blocks or 20 megahertz blocks. Now for 5G, we are auctioning 80 or 100 megahertz blocks, minimum, and that's not sufficient. So think about the 200 meg you have, and if you have more than 2 operators, you need additional spectrum, and the additional spectrum will come from one of those yellow boxes, which will be discussed, which is subject matter for WRC 23. The satellite band, for most of us, starts at 3.7 and goes all the way up to 4.2 gigahertz. So we are not talking at this point, at the conference, we're not talking, it's not on the agenda, about 3.8 gigahertz. But I do want to tell you, recognizing the importance of the mid-band for coverage and capacity, some countries, like Canada, United States, they have gone not only up to 3.8 gigahertz, but they have gone up to 4 gigahertz. They have a lot more satellite options. They have 12 gigahertz KU band satellites, K band satellites, and I'm sure many of you may have them. But C band satellite spectrum is reduced to 200 megahertz, the top 200 megahertz, 4 to 4.2 gigahertz. You, as Caribbean states, would have to decide individually whether, once you have dealt with 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz, do you need to go. The other point I want to make in the 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz is 500 megahertz bandwidth, for which we have the 3GPP standard, and it's, as I mentioned, it's that we have it in many of devices, and I'll show you in the next slide. There are a lot of devices, what's going on. It provides you the flexibility. If you are looking for 300 megahertz, 400 megahertz, giving 100 meg to each carrier, it provides you the flexibility to deal with the existing services. And hence, you need to look at harmonization of the 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz, and from a WRC perspective, because we already have the middle 200 meg, you have to look at the harmonization of the lower 3.3 to 3.4, and the upper 2 boxes, yellow boxes, 3.6 to 3.8 gigahertz. That's what you have to look at. If you need expansion, the only choice you will have to encroach more in the satellite band, unless we go to the 6 gigahertz, and I'll show you why. Let me finish off the 3.5 gig before I talk about the 6 gig. So let's go to the next slide. As I mentioned, this I will go very quickly. It has too much detail, but there are 2 or 3 key points. we worked extremely hard since 2007 to globally harmonize that 200 megahertz I have been talking about. From WRC 2007, because these WRCs only take place every 4 years. So 2007, 2012, 2015, we dealt with 3.4 to 3.6 gigahertz. And finally, we got almost global harmonization. And for us, region 2, Americas, full harmonization. The other point I will just repeat is that we need to look at in a fair way for the coexistence with the satellite services. And when I talk about that 500 megahertz of bandwidth in the lower 3.5 gig, you will decide what satellite spectrum you're using, what you need for the future for your services, and how much you can afford to authorize, recognizing that you are maybe already authorized 100 megahertz channels for each one of your operators. And that won't be enough. But you will be, most countries that have started, Canada, US, Korea, 100 megahertz channels. Okay, that's the only point I wanted to make it there. Next slide, please. I'll move quickly to finish off this. The range, 3.3 to 3.8 gig, my focus. 300 meg out of that is for WRC23 to discuss. And this slide shows you we're discussing it at WRC23 because of the WRC schedules, but the device ecosystem has already gone way beyond at least my expectation. They're close to 700-800 devices now, which has this range, and a lot of other devices coming out with that. And on the left-hand side, the chart, when you see these numbers, N77, N78 highlighted, that is the 3GPP nomenclature. So that is the band or parts of 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz. Any questions you can ask me outside this very detailed slide. Next slide, please. Okay, agenda item 1.2. We dealt with the C-band, 300 megahertz on the table for discussion, for decision in 4 months from now. Next is 6 gigahertz. 6 gigahertz is also part of agenda item 1.2. It's a little complex in the sense that what is 6 gigahertz? It is, I don't know if you can see on my slide the numbers, it's 6425 to 7125 megahertz. It's 700 megahertz of the bandwidth. But sometimes when we do the agendas at the WRC, 4 years in advance, one is not 100% clear on all the needs. So for region 2, we only looked at 100 megahertz of this spectrum. But, and when I say region 2 is the Americas, that's the ITU parlance. Okay, I say region 2. ITU calls region 1, which is the collection of Africa, Middle East, Europe, and the Russian countries. All that, imagine the population. They have the whole 6 gigahertz on the agenda for discussion for what we call in ITU terminology IMT, if I haven't used that term yet. So 5G, if I say IMT, is the same. 6G is another generation of IMT. So that part of the world has the entire band for discussion. When I mentioned that we did, in the beginning, that we did the studies, we needed 2 gigahertz of bandwidth. We looked at what is there now. What is there now? Well, we can count, and you can do your calculations, math. We can, with the existing spectrum, we can go up to 1150 megahertz. We have a shortfall of roughly 850 megahertz to meet that requirement for 5G by 2030. Where is this spectrum going to come from, that 850 megahertz? Well, our focus is the 700 megahertz in the 6 gigahertz range. I have to say that many of you, the 6 gigahertz has been discussed at just about every conference I have been going for the last two years, because Many countries have either, have talked about 6 gigahertz for unlicensed use. Some countries have made the decision to go for the entire 6 gigahertz band, which is the 700 meg, and another 500 below it, the whole 1200 megahertz for Wi-Fi for unlicensed use. However, the point I want to make here is you need to consider the needs for what the needs are for unlicensed and what the need for 5G expansion is as you authorize 3.5 gigahertz now and going forward. As you authorize that and your operators have got 100 megahertz channels, what would they do with for the expansion? And that's why you need that upper 6 gigahertz of 700, which is the 700 megahertz of bandwidth for 5G. And this is the only conference where you would have the opportunity to make that decision to identify that 700 megahertz for IMT. Recognizing that there is still, when the countries are looking at 1200 megahertz for bandwidths right now, 500 megahertz, the lower 6 gigahertz should still be, could still be considered for Wi-Fi. Next slide, I see the moderator here. Okay, so I should have had this slide before, but that is the chart for 6 gigahertz. So I talked about lower and upper, you can look at it. So what is under discussion is the dark blue boxes here. The dark blue boxes starting at 64.25 to 71.25. That is what the decision will be of WRC 23. And hopefully you would wait to see what the decision is, okay, before your countries are making decisions. And if you think you have exhausted 2.4 gigahertz, you have exhausted 5 gigahertz for Wi-Fi, certainly there is another 500 megahertz and 6 gigahertz for unlicensed use. ITU doesn't deal with licensing or unlicensing, okay? They don't deal with that. Is your national prerogative. That's the, you decide at national level whether it's licensed or unlicensed. So we don't talk about at the ITU. Okay, so this 6 gigahertz is at WRC on the table now. So a couple more slides and I will summarize it. Next slide, please. 6 gigahertz is also encumbered. It's used by satellite services, it's used by fixed services, and anything we do for IMT identification, we would make sure that there are conditions that satellite services are protected and any other, for 6 gigahertz. For the fixed services, the benefit is it's used for backhaul, and if you authorize, it's all in the family. The sharing will be in the family because the MNOs are using it for backhaul, and if they use it for IMT, they can deal with it. But the fixed satellite and fixed services are already using this band. Next slide, please. We did a cost-benefit analysis for 6 gigahertz, and we said that the best benefit is if you have 1200 megahertz, right, for IMT, but recognizing the needs for other uses, the hybrid solution of 500 megahertz for unlicensed and 700 megahertz for licensed still brings you the extremely good socioeconomic benefits. And there is a report I have noted at the bottom, and you can access the report and see all the socioeconomic benefits of 1200 megahertz of unlicensed versus 1200 megahertz of licensed versus 500 megahertz of unlicensed and 700 megahertz of unlicensed. An extremely important report, especially for many of you are looking at various scenarios. Next slide, please. I just have a couple slides to see. Okay, I keep talking about this extra bandwidth. We did the studies. If you don't get this spectrum, you don't get this extra spectrum, you know what the operators do? They will have to put more infrastructure, more cell sites, more antennas, okay? And what does that mean? The cost goes up. They pay for auctions, they pay for infrastructure. Where do they recover it from? Somebody has to pay, and it's us, the customers. So if we don't get sufficient amount of spectrum, if the folks don't get 100 meg channel, for example, in 3.5 gig, there is a 64% increase in the number of cell sites. And then I talked about the economic benefits. If you add additional 300 megahertz in 3.5 gig, band, you have economic benefits of 3.5 billion. If you add the 6 gigahertz, of course, you have much higher, economic benefits. Last slide, last or one more. Okay, so I can't emphasize enough the importance of the 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz. That is the launch band for 5G. And then you don't want to get stuck there unless you are prepared to add more satellite spectrum in C-band, 3.8 to 4.2 gig. The only place for the expansion for 5G would be 6 gigahertz. And the band I talked about is the 700 megahertz bandwidth in the 6 gigahertz range. Some countries, as I said, have decided about Wi-Fi or unlicensed use, but the ecosystem is also building up for 5G in 6 gigahertz, at least in parts of Asia where the decisions have been made that either the whole spectrum or part of the spectrum will be used for 5G in the 6 gigahertz. So the last line which says significant scale happening through decisions in Asia, that's what I'm referring to. Some decisions have been already made. Last slide, maybe. No, you want to know this. Yes. I'm sorry. You want to know this. This is what is happening in CTEL. So I said 300 meg, 3.3 to 3.4. We already agreed at the last meeting. So we have a common proposal. And all I ask for, and I know the Caribbean states will not oppose it. You can go to the conference and join the common proposal, but it's gone to the ITU. That was the real big win at the last meeting of CTEL in Mexico. But we are looking at 3.6 to 3.8 gigahertz and harmonizing this. And remember, I talked about the importance of it. To add to the C-band, there are 5 proposals for IMT, and these proposals are all over the map. And I felt sorry at the last meeting for the chairman of the conference for this session, because the proposals are all over. Some countries are saying just do 3.6, 3.7, some saying 3.7, 3.8, some saying, and USA proposal is for the whole region, because that's the only thing which will make sense from the economies of scale, et cetera, the harmonization. So USA proposal is for the whole region, and some countries have supported that. That is the 3.5 gig story. And 6 gig story is that there are 7 countries saying no change. Don't make any change at the conference. Don't identify IMT. Don't do anything. Just go to the conference and come back with no results, effectively. Effectively. Spend a month in Dubai and come back and do nothing. Although it's on the agenda. It's on the agenda, but come back. Canada is saying no change, but just for 100 meg, because we can only talk about 100 meg in our region, because that's the only thing which is in the agenda. And this is definitely the last slide, Ms. Moderator. I'm very sorry. This is definitely the last slide, next one. Okay. And how can I miss it after talking this much? What is our ask for the CTU countries? You are going to go to August meeting. You have very limited time. We suggest the 3.3, 3.4 is already an inter-American proposal. Don't oppose it. You won't oppose it, but I know there are some, actions around the globe. 13 countries are supporting that. You need 6 countries to support in CTEL a proposal, and less than 50% if they don't oppose, then the proposal goes, and it's gone to ITU. I said US has got a draft inter-American proposal for 3.6 to 3.8 gigahertz for IMT. There is no problem. We will coexist with satellite services if you're using, but it is extremely important for this draft inter-American proposal to become inter-American proposal. It needs your support. It needs the addition of countries. And if we don't make the 3.6, 3.8 gigahertz harmonized for our region, I can tell you the pressure would be on the rest of the satellite band, 3.8 to 4.2. And if that's important for your states for use for fixed satellite services, I suggest we very carefully look at having an IAP from a drop the D draft inter-American proposal in 3638. For 6 gig, if I haven't said in that many words, let's have a balanced approach. We need the spectrum for unlicensed, but we need the spectrum for licensed, and 6 gigahertz is the only mid-band spectrum, the 700 megahertz bandwidth there, the only mid-band spectrum where we can have a decision from the only opportunity we have at WRC 23 to identify for IMT. And you might be thinking, but what happens if the sky is going to fall if you don't identify for IMT and come back home empty-handed, as the proposal, no change proposal says? Well, the sky is not going to fall, but the regulators will have to make very, very tough decisions when they run out of the 3.5 gigahertz. Where does 5G expand before 2030? Not many options. From our perspective, the studies we have done and the spectrum we have looked at, 6 gigahertz is the only option. Thank you very much, and I apologize. And I can have my breakfast now.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Dr. Rawat. Clearly passionate, and to be very honest with you, based on the kind of topic, it's extremely comprehensive. It comes with a lot of length and depth and breadth, and certainly for her to even try to deliver that within the allocated time, I can certainly understand. But one of the things that stood out for me clearly was if we're looking at economies of scale, if we're trying to scale our business, serve more, expand beyond, then we seriously have to look at the implementation of the most appropriate band that is there or that will be available. So thank you so very much for that, Dr. Rawat. So we move from the mid-band spectrum conversation, and now we're going to go to our very next conversation. The topic, building safer communities, exploring safe city trends and best practices for a secure future. We heard about smart cities on the very first day, so it will be very interesting to hear the conversation. The moderator is Jerren Lewis, product marketing specialist, Digicel Business. We invite him to the stage. And he'll be joined by panelists Glenn Patricio, representing Latin America Repgroup, and Nino Vaprio, Security Tactical Services. Put your hands together as we discuss building safer communities.
Can everybody hear me? Thank you for the time today. I hope that you guys didn't party too much last night. But if you did, I'm going to make sure that you're going to wake up today, okay? My name is Glenn Patricio. I have 43 years of expertise in electronic security in Latin America and the Caribbean, the garden spot of my territory, which is the Caribbean. Thank goodness for that. Today, I have two people with me that I can't do my job without. In smart cities, you need technology, you need infrastructure, and you need a certified installer. There's my infrastructure, Digicel. Nino Vaprio is my certified installer, the guy that's going to make it all work, because technology doesn't work by itself. So I've got, like I see, I've got my timer and everything, so I'm not going to bore you today with PowerPoint presentations. I'm going to have a few videos. There'll be a question and answer session. I'm going to go 20 minutes. Nino's going to go 10 minutes. There'll be 10 minutes for question and answers that Jerren is going to answer right away. So again, if you look at the logos, there's my logo, there's Digicel, and then there's the logo of Nino, which is STS. Okay? So let's get this thing going. Let's talk about smart cities. Some people call them safe cities. Well, you can't have a safe city without a smart city, okay? So smart city does a lot of things for countries, does a lot of things for return on investment, does a lot of things for being able to pay for this technology. Everybody's biggest problem. How do you pay for this stuff? Well, I'm going to show you. Nino's going to show you how you pay for this stuff if you're a Caribbean island or if you're a country, how you pay for it, and I'm going to show you a little piece of it too. There's a couple buzzwords that I've been hearing throughout this conference. AI, cybersecurity, and I don't know, was anybody talking about cloud today or in the last 3 days? Have you heard about cloud? Well, I'm going to talk a little about all those three because they all encompass those technologies in a smart city. As you can see, this is a few things that a smart city would encompass. I'm going to go over the major things that it encompasses. Where do we start? We got to start somewhere. This, in various parts of the Americas, because that's where we stand, are called NOCs in the United States, Network Operation Centers, SOCs in the United States, but in Latin America and the Caribbean, they're called C5, C4, and C3. Who knows what a C5 is and what the 5 Cs are? There's a prize. Anybody? Sorry? Come on, talk it up. All right. In Spanish and in English, the 5 Cs are the same. They translate perfectly. Remember this, folks. This is important. Command, control, compute, coordinate, communicate. And in the coming years, there'll be another C. Was one of the buzzwords that I mentioned. Did I talk about cybersecurity? That'll be the 6th C, because that is really important when you deal with a safe city. You can't have technology that's vulnerable to a hack. And there are technologies out there that are vulnerable to a hack. So you must have those elements. We start here. This is the strength, and it's the not strength of this system. And I'll show you that in just a second. What encompasses the part of outside on the smart city, safe city? People, traffic, security. You see the pole on my right? That pole's important because that pole will have gunshot detection. Could have resources of spectrum to help the cameras come back to wherever they need to go, thanks to our friends at Digicel. It could have illuminators. Folks, 80% of all crimes occur at night. Why not have things illuminated? So you have to have illuminators. The cameras can't see at night if they're not illuminated. So you have to have illumination, all right? You have to have power supplies. You have to have switches. You have to have everything on that pole powered by one power source and backed up, by the way, and backed up. Questions? We'll go on. These are the most important 5 elements of a smart city. Data collection, traffic safety, investigation, which I'm going to show a short video on, personalized signage, and building safety. In the Caribbean, what do we have? Well, we have earthquakes. Believe it or not, we do. Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, we have earthquakes. We also have hurricanes. So we need to have things called muster stations. We need to know how many people are in a building, how many people are out of that building. Those things are important for public safety and lives, okay? So we have to know those things. So we're going to use that other buzzword that I talked about called AI in a few minutes. So we talked about 2 of my buzzwords. This is the 3rd. Real important, Nino's going to talk about another facet which is attached to creating economic growth to countries using safe cities by the way of tourism. I'm not going to take that out of his presentation. It's coming up in just a second. Remember that buzzword, the second one, AI? Well, I'm going to show you AI. Remember I told you the command center was the strength, and it's also not the strength of the smart city. But AI makes it really stronger. Folks, years ago, when I started in this business, we had people in front of a monitor monitoring 25, 30 cameras. How long can a person stay in front of a monitor and monitor 30 cameras and not lose focus? How long? Anybody? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. So it is impossible for a smart city, for a person who has a command center that has maybe 20 or 30 people looking at all these cameras to not miss something. That's why we have AI. And I'm going to show it in a video in a few more minutes. You're going to see a video how AI works really well. This is a video about how a command center should work. So I'm going to press the go button. It's a small video. This is how it should work. Make sense? We need to call help. We need to call the correct help, whether it's a fireman, whether it's an ambulance, whether it's a police. We need to be able to call the right authorities having jurisdiction to respond to these messages and to these alerts. And what's the key? Getting them there quickly, getting them there very exponentially, getting them there in a timely fashion. And what I mean by a timely fashion is in minutes and seconds, not in various minutes and seconds, okay? So this is what a command center should do for you as a response agency. So we talked about those three pillars: people, security, and traffic. In security, there's a couple things that are important with this circle here, right? Safe zones. Safe zones are what happens when I talked about finding where people are in buildings and how they should exit buildings and where they should be. Gunshot detection. There's an interesting buzzword, gunshot detection. Yeah, we can detect an actual gunshot and not lightning and not a backfiring vehicle, and during your holidays, not fireworks. So we can actually detect a real gunshot within 150 feet of that pole that you saw. And we can tell you the exact direction that that gunshot occurred. Aggression detection. This is interesting because in an aggression detection scenario, you have the ability to prevent a fight happening. Wouldn't that be great? The police would love that. Prevent a fight because two people are talking to each other and it's getting escalated. By the way, it's not a yelling match. It all has to do with the harmonics of your voice in that aggression detection and how your harmonics raise and lower. That actually triggers that aggression detection. A lot of really good technology, emergency buttons. Anyway, this is the security aspect of safe cities. Let's move on. And then now let's talk about the AI aspect. And I'm going to show you a video of this at the very end that you're going to love. What can I do? You remember I told you about the command center being the strength and also the weakness? Well, this now makes the command center very strong. Because I don't care what happens, as long as I have recorded video, 30, 60, 90, 180 days, I can find out what has happened, who is stealing from me, and something that nobody saw I can recreate. Wow, you guys should be going, wow, Glenn, how do you do that? That's neat. Well, I'm going to show you in a video at the very end. In this particular video, you see a young lady who is wearing a mask. God, don't you love the fact that we're here and we don't have to wear a mask? Let's give ourselves an applause for that, right? Right? No masks. I'm all for that. Anyway, during that time, we had this technology to discover masks so that we could save some money about having people monitoring for masks. Well, if somebody came in without a mask, an alarm would go off, etc. The beautiful thing about this is the forensic ability to discover whether somebody's wearing a blue jacket, long sleeve, short sleeve, pants, long or short, and what color. And then attributes like a hat, like a backpack, like glasses, wearing glasses, etc. This is how AI has evolved. When I first started in this industry and AI was just evolving back in 2009, it was pretty bad. It was really bad. The analytics were really bad. And then I have to applaud the Caribbean and Latin America because in early adoption, you guys are doing a great job. More than 50% of all public and private tenders include some form of AI. Anybody want to guess what this country early adoption rate is for AI? Give me a number. How much percentage? What did you say? Who said that? You're right on. 10 to 12. We've not been an early adopter of AI, the United States, for some reason. And countries like Latin America and the Caribbean, Europe, so-so, Asia, a lot, Middle East, tremendous amount. So anyway, I'm going to show you a video on this. I'm not going to talk any more about this. I'll show you the glitz later. Here's part of the glitz. Before, we had to monitor a video clip that was up at the top, in the left, 30 minutes long. In those 30 minutes video clip, everything took place that you see on both of these three monitors. But if I want to selectively look for women dressed in blue, I get women dressed in blue over here. If I want to look at bicycles heading south, I get bicycles heading south on this clip. And up here, the whole 30-minute video ended up being 53 seconds. What does that do for me in the command center to save time with my analysts? Now, instead of looking at hours and hours and hours and hours of video, what do? I can look at it in 53 seconds and determine who the bad people are or who I'm looking for. This is where AI has come. This is really wow factor stuff, folks. Wow factor stuff. Anyway, let's move forward. And then, obviously, everybody wants to know what LPR is. Everybody wants to track vehicles. Everybody wants to track people. Everybody wants to put a database inside this application and say, when this license plate shows up that I know this car is stolen, I get an alarm. All of that can be done. All of it. It just depends on how far you want to go. But the key to the LPR, as you can see here, is knowing the license plate, having a database, and being able to search it in a quick manner and finding who you want to find. So traffic safety is a big, important key. And on the return on investment on this, if I am a country in the Caribbean, is something I'm going to show you in a few minutes with the video about traffic fines and how to pay for this system. Remember, I told you I'm going to show you how to pay for this system. So let's move forward. And here's the video, and I am right on time, so we're doing good for time. So I got actually some time to burn. So this video has no audio in it. I'm just going to show you and define a little bit. This is a command center, and inside the command center, what you're looking at is the video management software and what the video management software can do. All of the things that I talked about, all these analytics, all these integrations are automatically in this VMS. So you're going to see everything from one GUI. You don't have to have 10 GUIs to work access control and AI. You need one GUI. One GUI will work the entire smart city. So here's what you're looking at in normal cases, and I'm going to be talking about some GDPR things, and that was another buzzword I heard during this conference, is that and the tabs at the very top show you all the integrations and all the things you can do with the VMS. And then these are smart walls where you can put in front of the people who are in that command center the video that's necessary for them to look at the time of critical things happening, like somebody stealing something or somebody being looked at or a smash and grab, something of that nature. So these views are important, and then you're going to see some views that are going to come up that look a little bit cloudy. Folks, that's not cloudy. That's GDPR and privacy protection that is now being translated into this country. Those of you who know the GDPR in Europe and the HIPAA laws here, the United States is really starting to grasp a little bit of those things, and I hope it doesn't hurt our security. In the city of Chicago and San Francisco, they've prohibited facial recognition, which I think is a big problem, because it is definitely prohibiting our security. In the search factors, look at all these things you can search: face, bookmark, people, colors. You can search all of this stuff so that you don't have, remember that, I keep on going back to that command center. People inefficient in a command center, this makes them very efficient because they only look for what they need to look for and not look at video hours and hours and hours, and you waste time and energy, and then you can also have some scales of economy and cost savings to these command centers. So this is showing you a search feature, and this is, you see that camera right there? It's not blurry. Those are actually kiosks, and the software and the camera can make it blurry. Why? GDPR. We don't want to see people's computers, we don't want to see people's desks, but we want to see hallways. Here's the thing, if somebody's going to do a smash and grab or a walk and grab, Can we really see them? We'll see them in the hallway, but we won't see them in the kiosks. The kiosks are blurred out as a result of not being able to see anybody's proprietary information on their desk, okay? And then maps, but alarms are important because the command center needs to react and they need to respond the way that video showed you earlier today. So we're going to get into now the AI piece, and this is really interesting stuff. Here's the convenience center. What do you think? How much percentage of robbery in this place is internal and external? Anybody want to take a guess? I'm not hearing anybody. Come on, folks. It's not over yet. Come on. 70%. Who said 80? 70% of thefts occur internally. What you're looking at here is a young lady who was forensically identified as a person wearing a hat, a lady, and wearing blue. And in the area where she went in for the wine was actually identified. She goes in for the wine, puts it in her bag, and leaves. This is all recorded video, and we can do this every time a recorded video. Looking for people. What we have here is we're going to make a common filter. We're looking for people, and we're looking for people wearing red. And then what ends up happening is once we apply these filters, we use this video synopsis, and then what you're going to see is the video of the individuals that are all wearing red. You can identify them, these two right here, and they're walking south. And here they will come right now in this picture where you can identify just people wearing red. And I could get more granular. I can say just pants or shirt or a long sleeve, and I can distinguish the colors. This is the video that I want you to pay attention to. This is the one that makes you money. This is the return on investment. These are called auto finds. And you can do this all with smart cameras and with VMS and with AI. What we're looking for is vehicles here that are breaking the law. So you see that line? It gets drawn by people who are doing illegal U-turns. Now watch what happens. So think about this, the people that are in charge of finances of your countries, think about this. Every one of these vehicles that you see that break this law could be a $200 fine. And I have the license plate. So I can find the license plate of every one of these people who do this. Illegal parking, going the wrong way, anything you want to do some traffic and that kind of mediation, you end up doing it with this kind of AI. And I'm right on time, right on time. Do you like that video? Do you like it? So I want to say one other thing, and then I'm going to wrap up and hand it to Nino because I am on time. I want you guys to come by the Digicel booth at 1:40 today. There's a spotlight where you're going to get to see the command center in action. I will show you how to do all these things. At 1:40 today, right after lunch a little bit, come by. I'll be there. Nino will be there. Jerren will be there. We'll be able to show you this in action with real-time stuff going on. So one more slide to go. And just my partners. And again, I can't do what I do without him and without him. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I hope you enjoyed my presentation today, and I look forward to seeing you at the next Canto.
How it works.
This is the advancer.
Does it?
There you go.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks to Canto Caribbean and Digicel for the opportunity for me to present here. Language, it's not my first language, so sorry if I tell you a wrong word. I'm gonna talk to you about our experience, 35-year experience building safe cities, trends and projections of safe cities and governance command and control center. My name is Nino Vaprio. There are 6 fundamental principles on which the concept of safe cities is based on. Community at core. We need to know the community, their history. More from less. We need to get more from the technology and less for the capital expenditures. Corporate and competitive federalism in each of our countries. Integration, innovation, and sustainability. What Glenn Patricio was talking about. Technology as means, not as goal. and convergence. Everybody in the country, in the geographical area that we will integrate, needs to have the same objective. And we have 6 basic pillars for our integration systems. One, it's network and bandwidth. The second one, it's automation that generates real-time data. The third one is select softwares and platform relevance to reality and cultural and economical context of each of the city that we are going to build our command and control center. There's another C. When Glenn Patricio was talking about C3, C4, C5, C6, there's another C above cybersecurity, and it's community contact. We need that our system have a community contact with all the population in the countries. Effective and efficient structure of data storage, software, governance softwares, the brain of the city, and all of the technology have to be predictive. Support, communication, maintenance, and training, not only the administrators and operators of the integrated command and control center, but also the community and core. And that means that we need to communicate with the community in a constant way. Safe City Solution use data collection and deep analysis to improve sustainability in the future. Data-driven support for smarter and more outcomes decision. Investment by our governments and private company must unlock new technology. Best practices duly verified that result in a quality of life of all those who live in our environment. Constant insight that can improve responsiveness, awareness, services, support, citizen coexistence, and quality of life. Design and build governance and command and control center that can really be profitable, manage, evolve, and be flexible and integrable in handling all the information that we operate every day. To create a culture of inclusion and empathy. Empathy, it's a very important word that we need to include in every project that we design and integrate in all the countries. Environmental surveillance, identification, assessment, and use of information on legislation, geographical and political structure. That means that we need to go and do risk evaluation, audits, commerce, industry, politics, environmental, and socio-cultural aspects and practices of each country. Commercial surveillance, identification, assessment, and anticipation of consumption needs, lifestyle, and socio-cultural demand trends. Also, all the assets in different levels, low, mid, and high assets. Competitive surveillance, that's assessment of competitors and identification and assessment of products and services under development or available in leading markets. Technological surveillance, it's identification, evaluation, and use of weak signals to recognize the warn at an earlier stage, emerging technologies, and constant innovations in every project. Discontinuity, opportunities, critical assets, and threats. Technology have to be at the service of every citizen in each country. Multi-position and deslocalization. The future concept of governments of every command and control center involves guarantee that multi-position of the operation can be managed anywhere from a tablet, from a single tablet, or a complete command and control centers. Technology integration has to manage the increasing of complexity of systems and the large number of information in an intuitive experience, a global, personalized, and flexible vision of multiple sources to have everything under control. better, faster decisions, and more efficiency in the command and control center. Collaborative and cooperative. In order for this cooperation and collaboration to be achieved, it is necessary for technology to allow the integration and interactions of all the citizens' assets, government and private organization. Each nation, geographical area, human being, company region have their unique circumstances, history, reality, and trends to create and build and integrate a project for a safe city. The technology by its ounce does not change the world. This is 35 years of experience. We do. Many thanks to everybody. Ten minutes.
So, gents, first of all, thank you very much for those presentations. I think I share the sentiments of the audience when saying I was very enlightened by it all. Some of this I did not know before, but I'm sure we all have some questions, right? And Glenn, for you in particular, I looked at your presentation, I looked at those videos, and I felt very exposed and threatened, right?
Yeah.
So, let's address the elephant in the room.
Okay.
Privacy.
Yep.
What does Safe City technology do to address the privacy concerns of the citizens that it may be monitoring?
Yep. That's a valid question. It's a question that's asked every day. It's a question that is easy to answer. In these command centers, there's only so much that the monitors can use. They can't see everything. They can't do everything. They're assigned to see what they can see. They cannot manipulate the data. They cannot download video. That's only done by specific people in the command center that have that kind of authorization. What is the elephant in the room is what I showed earlier about the cameras being zeroed out. That's where privacy becomes a big factor in a commercial establishment. And it's becoming more of a big factor here in the United States. I think it's because we're listening a little bit to Europe, and I think we may be listening too much to Europe. But their GDPR has gone way too far, in my opinion, and it's going to very much hurt our security endeavors in the future. But there are all kinds of fail-safes, Jerren, to prevent people from manipulating the data and being able to have secure people in those command centers that are actually helping and not hurting.
So it's interesting that you mention fail-safes, because another question that comes to mind is, are there controls around who accesses what data? Because, I mean, we all have our personal lives. We all have, in the region, we all deal with, and not just the region, but globally, we deal with concerns around rogue elements in the police service.
Correct.
Are there controls and measures to stop who accesses what data?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said, in the command center, first of all these people are vetted throughout a huge process in most of the countries that I've been dealing with, in the Caribbean and in Latin America. They're vetted through their history, their work history. Obviously, they go all the way back. And if anybody has violated any kind of a crime, they do not and will not be able to work in a command center. And then, like I said, when you looked at the pictures of the people that are monitoring the normal monitors, those people can only see things. They can't manipulate things. When there's something that becomes much critical, like downloading a video clip and that kind of thing, that's done by a supervisor. That's done by generally the people that are heading those command centers and not the people that are monitoring them. So the amount of information is limited to a very short number of people in those command centers, the critical information.
Okay. So in the Caribbean, we are often very critical of ourselves, and you mentioned something in your presentation about adoption statistics, right? And I don't know about everyone else in the room, but to me, it feels like Safe City technology has been around for quite some time, and we're slow to adopt the technology in the region. Do you think that there are factors that contribute to that, or am I just totally off base and we're very advanced in terms of safe city technology?
You're spot on. You've been slow to adapt because of costs, because safe cities are paid for generally by grants, by tax money, by certain investments. Sometimes they're even paid by donations by certain countries. So you're spot on. But what Latin America and the Caribbean have done better than the United States is the early adoption of AI and forensic and really good deep learning neural networks that are doing unbelievable work in stopping command centers from being inefficient. Because these AI, what you saw here today on this video, that's actual video of AI working in real time, and it has done a tremendous job, and I applaud the Caribbean and Latin America because of their early adoption to this, because they are light years ahead of the United States. Remember, folks, in Latin America, we don't kill kids in school. We kill kids in the street. In this country, we kill kids in the school. My number one priority is not K through 12. My number one priority is safe cities. My partners that live in this country, their number one priority is protecting kids and protecting people in houses of worship, because that's where the criminals and that's where the things that are bad in this country occur. So with regards to safe cities, I think you guys are heading in the right direction. Obviously, it's about a cost benefit, and what I've showed you here today is you can pay for this in a very, very, very interesting way by using some of the technologies that we explained today.
All right, so Glenn, Nino, I think Terry is upset with us. I see they've removed our faces from the screen, so I think it's time for us to wrap this up.
Okay.
I just have one final question. Can you tell me what the future of this technology looks like? What do we have to look forward to? We've seen a bit here this morning, but what does the future hold in store for safe city technology?
Future of technology will be keep going on data analytics and artificial intelligence. That will give us a better and a more efficient and more effective command and control center to improve safe cities in their daily lives.
Excellent. Gents, thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for these presentations. Like I said, very enlightening. And thank you to the audience for sitting through this session. We've been over time, but I hope we've been entertaining and informative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks, Anne. Many thanks. Many thanks.
Muchísimas gracias, señores. Why I feel like the bad guy? I feel like as I start to make my way over to the stage, everybody's like, yeah. That's true. To see if you guys were listening, he mentioned that there were 5 C's. What were they? Command, control, communicate. You know what I love about Caribbean and Latin American people? They know they heard something, so they're like, they shout out the one they really know, which is like communicate, and they go, communicate, control, command, compute. What was the other one? Cybersecurity is the 6th one. Cloud, that was it. Thank you so very much for participating. And certainly, what they said was actually being able to use your analytics as well as your insights. What I did know was that the Caribbean as well as Latin America were early adopters of AI. I did know that, especially with a lot of us still kind of not understanding what it is. So we move from building safer communities, exploring safe city trends and best practices for a secure future. And we now move to the digital transformation journey. Like, what does that look like? That presentation will be done by Mike Antonious, CEO of Telesur, also the chairman here of Canto, as well as Hila Patney, account manager at Cerillion. Please make them welcome.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Can I see a hand if you were at the Digicel cocktail party last night? First of all, I need to apologize to Digicel. Because as good Caribbean citizens, we were doing a little misbehaving. Because the party was meant to be until 8. And then I heard the DJ wanted to play Party Done. So I told the DJ, party not done. I extended the party because party never done. So once again, Digicel, my apologies that we mashed up the place. Well, today I'm here with Nino. For those who were at the AGM in Suriname, we had a presentation about the digital journey of Telesur, a digital journey in which we, for instance, we are transforming from a classical telecom operator to a digital communication service partner. And there are building blocks that we need to change because there is a lot of legacy and we need to change our network. So one of the things that we are looking at is, for instance, OSS, BSS. And I announced during that presentation that we were at the eve of the cutover from the old BSS to the new integrated system. With regard to the legacy, you must understand that we have a lot of silos and for every network a separate billing system, which is very complicated. But Hina, we have some slides.
Yes.
You will guide us through some.
The clicker. There you go.
Okay. So I mentioned already that there was a huge technology debt when I got appointed as CEO back in 2016. I realized this and we had to do something. So multiple aging systems, a lot of functional crossovers, a lot of complications. It doesn't result in seamless service in the end. And a very important one, revenue leakage. So I'm going to be open about it. We were not doing well with IT audits because of this matter, and we needed to move on to a better solution. Definitely don't tell my customers that there was some inconsistent billing. And we had multiple bills for single subscribers. So this is not something that I'm proud of, but we had to start somewhere and improve a lot of things within our systems.
Yeah, you had, for example, for fixed line services, you had one bill for local calls and another bill for international calls. So that will have now reduced. They also had a number of manual processes which inadvertently will lead to human error, and data integrity within the systems was low. Also, multiple vendors, different integrations, and lots of crossovers in functionality. Moving on, what was your end goal?
So, first of all, we had to simplify our portfolio. It was way too complicated, too much type of services. We had like a service for every type of customer, and that was not done. We had to simplify it. And we needed to clean data, so that was definitely another matter that was a bit of a struggle. And we had the opportunity to digitize all processes. So that is a very important step in the digital transformation part. So that was also something great that we wanted to achieve. Also, digital touch points for customers, and of course, accurate billing, because that is what we need to deliver on our promise. And one thing we're looking at is not only to approach the market with several networks and separate services, we're looking at convergence and also to finally be able to improve at our future IT audits. So the whole order-to-pay flow is something that we wanted to digitalize.
I think what's also important from your perspective was enabling the customer to manage their account. And that was your digital touch points. So things like the mobile app, a self-service portal, and that's pretty much where you are now.
Exactly. So what we wanted to do with the whole order-to-pay flow is that the customer can manage everything by himself. So we decided it was a long journey, first of all. It was a long journey. And I can tell you, if you're looking to do something like this, please talk to us because there are some things that you can improve on. You don't need to reinvent the wheel because we took the decision to change the platform in 2016. It took us 2 years to write a good RFP, but also it depends on where you are. Is your situation with regard to the current systems? Furthermore, the tender process, which was also took some time, and after the tender process, we went to several operators. We from Telesur are a member from the Teleforum, and within Teleforum, members are very eager to share their knowledge. So we had the opportunity to visit 2 of them, and we could see the system actually working. We also learned from them, and that is also when things speeded up. So we started the project finally in the midst of 2021, and we had a few dress rehearsals. We had a dress rehearsal after the conference in the AGM in Suriname, and the dress rehearsal was not successful. And after that, we got a delay because we thought about the IT audits and we needed some end-to-end testing. So we did that part as well, and the end-to-end testing were done by an external accounting firm just to make sure that we can overcome the revenue leakage. So finally, we had the go live, and that was on our Emancipation Day. So we got free from that part of legacy, and we are now looking forward to a very bright future.
I think what's really important to point out for the multiple migration runs that we did about 20, and they were full migration data. So it wasn't a subset of the subscriber base, it was the full subscriber base 20 times. And the reason we do that is to identify early any data integrity issues that we would have, and it ensures that we also plan the testing of the system where you have use cases, test cases that you want to apply when doing UAT. And so it serves the UAT, it serves the bill reconciliation that you also need to do. The dress rehearsal is an opportunity to involve the entire business so that the business pretty much understands what's coming. In a dress rehearsal, we have about 200 steps that are taken, and about 50 people from the business are doing those steps. So you have to have buy-in from all of your departments, and they have to take ownership of this project. This is not a supplier project. This is an operator project.
And if I can add to that, sorry, this is not a project of the IT department. This is a project of every department within the organization. It should not have an IT-first approach. If you ask me, finance need to walk hand in hand with commerce up front. Finance need to walk hand in hand with commerce up front. This is not an IT project.
Okay. So, the results. We definitely have more integrity between the network and the BSS. One of the things that we found in the first dress rehearsal was that there were about 20,000 services on the mobile network that were not present in the BSS at all. So, people were enjoying free service on Telesur. And at the cutover, they lost their service. So they have to go the right way and order it through the BSS. So obviously that has reduced the revenue leakage that was happening. And I'm sure we're going to find that in the fixed line when we do that migration as well. Obviously, they have automated a lot more processes. Some manual steps still exist, but that's, I think, more of a regulatory thing. They now have a single charging engine for the prepaid and postpaid mobile services. And I think your postpaid is now also being charged online, not as an offline charging system.
Indeed.
Within the CRM, we hold all of the customer data. So it's a single source of customer information, and it's the single source of the truth. This is where you can benefit when you have already invested in Sisense data analytics. Having all of the information in one place with accuracy will prepare you better for making future decisions on what you want to do, services you want to offer, packages, price plans, discounts. These are all feeding into the business intelligence and how you take services forward. Faster time to market, so we have deployed our enterprise product catalog. It's a single product catalog that serves many systems. Within that catalog, you'll be able to define products, services, discounts, closed user groups, and you can publish to multiple systems and publish to multiple channels. What I mean by that is when they do eventually launch an online shop on the self-service or mobile app, we will be able to define those products in the single product catalog that are only available to be sold within those channels. So it might not be available to the CSR, but they would be available on an online in a more simplified version of a product set. And of course, with the mobile app and the self-service, you have better digital engagement with your customers, empowering them to make decisions. So there are things like spending limits that they can set so that they don't go over a budget that they want to set for themselves. And all of this is in a standards-based technology. So again, the charging engine has been developed by Cerillion using 3GPP standards from the ground up. So we did not, we were originally a postpaid only billing platform, and we didn't use our existing rating engine and convert it into online. We wrote it from scratch.
So still to come.
Yep.
We had the cutover for mobile, so we're now working on the cutover for the fixed lines. And with regard to the fixed lines, we are in a preparation of it, something that we also target to do this year, and all our teams are working on it. You mentioned something about the teams when we had the discussion yesterday. How many people we had again? Around 50 working around?
Over that weekend, over the cutover weekend, yes.
Over that weekend of the cutover, almost 50 members of my staff were involved. And I was there with them the whole night. In the previous slide, you saw a picture that when we finally did the cutover, celebrating with champagne and chocolate, and it was 6:30 a.m. on Sunday. Anyways, so we will definitely continue with features on self-service and the mobile app, an online shop, which we also will be delivering soon, and top-ups with filtering for service type. Line plant is a challenging migration,
Yes.
but we don't step away from challenges.
No. No, we embrace challenges.
Yes.
And it will be hard work because typically in line plants, in our experience, it's the data. If there's bad data, it will fail. So really important when preparing for a digital transformation of your own, check the data in line plant, check the data in your existing systems. If you put rubbish in, you will get rubbish out.
The thing is, for instance, if I needed to do this again, during the stages of looking for vendors, writing the RFP, you could start with cleansing your data, you know? And that is something that we started a little bit late. And of course, we are the incumbent, so we have a lot of data since our existence, things that, you know, haven't been cleansed in the past. And at a cutover, you are stuck with that dirty data.
And that's when your UAT will fail and everything else will fail. So really, really important to cleanse your data and look at that. So, lessons learned.
Lessons learned. Do not underestimate the effort required from all departments. This is not an IT project, as I mentioned. In the first stage around 2016, we had the approach that this is something from an IT department. The IT department will be working on this, and they will solve everything for us because they know what we want, and we do not need to tell them anything. Doesn't work like that. In the end, this has impact on the general ledger as well. In the end, you want everything that is in the system, that it flows well into your accounting systems. So definitely, I advise finance to be as early as possible involved. I was pushing my finance team, but the awareness wasn't there yet. When it came closer to home, they were like, what? So then is when they really realized, no, we need to be there. So definitely something that I advise to take note of. Help me please with the document E2E solution.
So document the entire solution for yourselves so you know how things are going to work. What are the different touch points through a customer journey as well. So having that documented will sometimes also reveal areas where you might be missing some work. So that's why you document the entire solution as well. And it's for better understanding, again, for all of the departments to be involved, to say, well, hang on a minute, this process is missing, or this endpoint is missing. So it's really important to share that and to keep doing a PR exercise within the organization as well.
This requires continuous communication with all departments, continuous. You cannot think that, okay, I will wait 6 months and after that they will come and assume you will get a good report. You need to be hands-on. I needed to be hands-on. Our whole C-level was hands-on involved. It is not easy to have, let's say, a successful cutover. It needs a lot of attention. So do not try and lift and shift your current BSS system or processes.
Yeah, this is definitely an opportunity that should be used to look at your current processes, look at your current products, rationalize, and try and simplify as much as possible. And work within the system that you have, that you're going to. So don't, again, one of the things, Telesur's implementation is that there's actually no customization. There's only one, and that's for the currencies that you have, because they price in dollars and publish in Suriname dollars.
Which is
So
very,
that's the only change we've made.
yes, which is also tough with the inflation.
Yeah. Yeah.
So rationalize your products. I'm going to speed up a bit because Teddy is watching. Map your business process high to low level.
Yep. So you have a higher level business process, but then you have very detailed processes
And
within
trust me, they say the devil is in the details.
it. Yeah.
So map and document your interfaces.
Again, that's,
Excuse me?
it goes hand in hand
This
with
goes
the
hand
end-to-end
in hand,
solution.
indeed.
Yep.
So keep the scope tight and challenge CRs. Actually, try to focus as much as possible. Maybe you can elaborate a bit on the migration reconciliation process.
So again, we did a number of migration runs, as I mentioned before. And doing the reconciliation, again, you need all of your teams doing that as well, right? And helping out, making sure that migrations that we are doing, where we're putting the data within the system, is in line with what you need and where you need it to be. So that is the reconciliation they need to do.
Okay, so internal team testing is very much required. We were testing all the time, constantly. Our teams will evolve, and of course, you need to collaborate if you want to do this in a successful way. So that's it for our presentation, I think, or do we still have something? Oh,
Yeah, one more slide.
one more. Oh, this is really the last one. Yes, I learned something from the previous presenter. Have a clear vision. This is definitely something that you must work on. This is part of our transformation from a classical telecom operator to become a digital communication service partner. This is something that is a very important building block in that transformation. So have a clear vision is something that you need to work on before you start with it, so that you can avoid from constantly changing requirements or changing things, because you don't want to get in a stage where you have to do a change request. Needs long-term commitment. So when you start doing this, know that you are doing this for the long term. So grit and be persistent. And choose a partner. That's definitely something that I advise. Choose a partner, not just only a supplier, and build on that relationship as well. And of course, in every relationship, there will be some fights, but in the end, that is what partners do, and we all survive from that. Ensure support from C-suite.
Yeah, all your C-level people.
Oh.
Yeah, CTOs, CIOs.
No, that's a must.
And CFOs, yeah.
Avoid certain words like change. I mentioned that as well. Not in the sense of change requests, but when during our transformation from a classical telecom operator to a digital communication service partner, I never use the word change. Everything I've learned at my MBA, I'm not applying when it comes to change management. I'm not sure how it is in other Caribbean countries, but in Suriname, when we hear change, we get scared. So yeah. I never mentioned that. Instead, change their mindset and work on ownership. So instead of change, we're using other words. Ensure business units understand their role in the program, because everyone has a role to play in this. So digital transformation is a journey, it is not a destination. And I thank you.
Thank you.
right, another round of applause for Sir Mike and Madame Healer. You know, I heard Mr. Antonio speak about champagne and chocolate and party not done and extended time. And I just want to know, is there any vacancy at Telesur? Like any vacancy? Sound like the boss I'd like to work for. There are so many takeaways listening. I prefer case studies and business studies because it allows us to see how theory is applied to the practical, and then you can actually see some of the lessons learned. So I absolutely love their presentation. And I think what really stood out for me is having your team members have ownership of projects. Too many times, all of the decisions, and that's fine, we understand C-suite is important for decision-making and leadership and steering. But many times when a company is going through transformation, the decision happens here, then HR sends out an email to staff saying, FYI, this is what we're doing, and it goes into effect tomorrow. And you're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden you have customers coming to do business as usual. You can't actually explain or justify because you've not been a part of the ownership of the journey. And so I thought one of the biggest takeaways is having people involved all the way down so that when you finally transform or there is this transition, everybody understands not just their role, but the impact of what this project. Yeah, man, clap, clap, clap. So I absolutely enjoy that. And so we're moving from the digital journey, the digital transformation journey, which they explained is not a destination, but rather it is a journey. And now we're going to the transition from Telco to Techco, Operators Roundtable. And so I'm going to re-invite Mike Antonious, CEO of Telesur, who will deliver a keynote, but then he'll also be the moderator. And his esteemed panelists will be Samir Bhatti, Chief Executive Officer, BTC Bahamas, Richard Stanton, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, GTT, Natalie Abrahams, Chief Executive Officer, Digicel Barbados, and Niall Sheehy, Chief Executive Officer, One Communications. Please make them welcome.
So once again, good morning. I remember the days at Kanto when we were having a CEO panel. And for those of you who remember Justin Nett from GTT, it was only me and Justin Nett sitting here. So I think that we at Kanto have been doing a great job to get more decision makers here. So I really want to applaud my panel, just to be here. It's important to have decision makers at the conference. It is important to have participation from different levels, but the vendors were also saying, where are the decision makers? So we have them. I will start today with a quick presentation from Telco to Techco, and I will focus a bit on what I am doing, what we are doing within Telesur on this matter. So for those of you who know me for a while, I always start with this presentation. I'm a man on a mission, and the mission is not that the mission is impossible, but the mission is still not completed. So this is our E-Suriname vision. Within this vision, the yellow and blue, that is Telesur in the midst of it as the high-speed broadband provider, and we like to see ourselves as an enabler. This is also part of transforming from a classical telecom operator to become a digital communication service partner. So you can see that there are several types of e-services. This is just to give you a few, and we like to be the enabler for all type of e-services. Furthermore, you see also that with regard to offering high-speed broadband, it is required for building a safe city, but also smart buildings, Internet of Things, and also offered IPTV. In the end, what we want to achieve is we want to enrich lives. So this is just to give you a view of what we were and what we want to become. I will not focus a lot on this part, but we decided that we needed this DNA change. So with regard to our infrastructure, on the left side you see the legacy part, all the silos, as was part of our DNA as a classical telecom operator, and to become a digital communication service partner, we needed to change to and have a more layered approach, and that is what this slide presents. I want to focus a bit on what this has to mean for the customer, because we're doing this because we're focused on the customer. We're doing this because we want to make money. And with the current demand of the customers, they only want things simple and fast. So if we look at how we had set up our service operations in the past, it is not something that we can still use, continue working in the same way in the fourth industrial revolution. So we needed to change a lot. And right now, we are in the stage of setting up an SOC, a Service Operating Center, where, for instance, we must move on from being reactive. Reactive, with that I mean, there are ways in which you can try to be more predictive. For instance, if there is an implementation where you can see that there will be surface degradation, there is surface degradation, you can start working and avoid surface interruption. So we are in the stage of implementing this to become more proactive, predictive, and this all needs to be AI empowered. This is to give you a view of, the video is not playing. Oh, this is to give you a view of one of our locations. Here is where we are building the Surface Operating Center. It has to be a state-of-the-art building. My surface delivery and recovery colleagues, I want to have them in an environment that is state-of-the-art and that inspires them to solve the issues of all our customers. So this is what we are currently constructing, and this will be delivered by the end of this year. And then we start with all the equipment in it to become more predictive and become also so that we can anticipate, be proactive, and by doing so, offer seamless service, because that is what we want to achieve in the end. Offer seamless services to our customers. And currently, if people are using our fiber networks to watch TV, you imagine watching the Champions League finals or the NBA finals and you have service interruption. You get mad. So we need to anticipate on that development as well. So that's the reason why we are really focused on setting up this surface operating center so that we can offer much better services to our customers. So that is my introduction. I will now move on to my panel. I will start with Natalie. Natalie, please tell us about yourself a little bit, but also about why this transition, in your opinion, is necessary.
Right. Well, good morning, everyone. As for me, as mentioned, I'm the CEO of Digicel in Barbados. It's interesting sitting down there and watching a number of presentations over the course of this week. Not one panelist mentioned that we're actually testing the technology by cryogenically freezing the presenters. The AC is a different degree up here. Good to know now. So for me, I've been with the business twice. I've actually watched it transition from where we were, a legacy operator, to where we are now, which is a digital operator. The transition is important. You've mentioned it a number of times in your presentation. It's about the customer. So our customer has changed, right? The nature of demand has changed, and what persons expect from their provider has changed. Their attention spans are shorter. Their loyalty is actually a lot less. They really just want something that's going to add value to their lives. They want an experience. They're less interested in the traditional product of a telco. And so it's very much in the interest of the telco's survival to transition to more of a techco, really offering applications, value, experiences. And so this is where the space that we're operating in and the space that we need to be very relevant to.
Thank you very much, Natalie. But where do you start?
For me again?
Yes, for you again.
So, one of the hardest things to do personally and then professionally is introspection. And that's really the start. As an operator, we have access to myriads of data. We understand the customer at various stages of their journey. What we often don't do is introspect to understand how we are set up to actually meet those needs, if those needs actually align with what it is we can actually offer. So a lot of that work actually becomes internal first. What do your people look like? What do the skill sets look like? What's the capacity of the organization to actually adopt and adapt to the word that you didn't like to use, which is change? And then how can those processes actually be revolutionized and re-envisioned? How can the infrastructure that we have, the networks that we have, be repurposed to actually become a technology provider as opposed to simply data minutes?
Thank you, Natalie. I'd like to move now to Richard. Richard, please tell us a little bit about your experience in your digital journey.
Okay. Well, in Guyana, we're in quite a unique position right now. We've got a country that's transforming and a business that's transforming. So we're trying to turn the cruise line around in a different direction, which has taken us a couple of years to get into that position, and we're almost there now. We've got customers that have been more demanding. First, we've got Exxon, Hess, all the associated oil businesses that are coming in. They're demanding products of us. So we're trying to run and we're keeping up with them. The biggest challenge we have is actually a people challenge. The country itself doesn't have enough people to do all the jobs that are being created. So we've got this massive oil industry. They found a few barrels of oil. I think it's a couple of trillion barrels now. And every day it keeps going up. There's going to be 4 ships. So we up to 2 years ago, we'd never thought about putting a fiber under the sea onto a ship and putting a cell site on the ship. So we've learned, and we're going through this right now. But for us, it really is. It's a people issue, and it's about we're now talking to the universities and the governments, as are the oil industry, to try and work out how we're going to train the teams of the future. So we're retraining and repurposing our people from copper to fiber, as I'm sure you have done as well in Telesur, and then looking, well, how are we going to manage this business, and how are we going to manage our customers going forward, and how do we retrain our people, and how do we make sure the right people are coming out of UG or University of West Indies to fulfill the roles that we're going to need, over the coming decade.
Thank you. But Richard, training people takes time. So you need solutions now. What is your approach on that?
Well, we've been going through the repurposing of our teams for the last 2 years, and we're pretty much there now. We've got pretty much all of our engineering teams are all fiber, integrated to some extent. So that bit's done, and it has taken us the best part of 2 years. And you'll get some people that want to stay with copper as well. So there's sometimes a little bit of intransigence within the team, but we're there now, and we've done that. And now it's a question of us actually training them on products and services for the next 5 years. What's coming? What are we going to do? Put aside 5G, because I don't think any of us can find a business case that works. Well, maybe Bermuda, a high ARPU there. So that's where we are. We're a good way along the journey. Now it's just making sure we know what our customers are going to want in 3, 4, 5 years' time, and what we need to do for the oil industry particularly. And again, I think in probably a couple of years, you're going to be having some of those challenges as well. So you can give me a call, Mike, yeah? I'll let you know.
I will. I'd like to move on now to Niall. Niall, can you please tell us about OneCom's journey from being a telco provider to a technology partner?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I think, we look telco to Techco, and I guess one of the things as a telecommunications industry, and we spoke about it over the last few days, is we're being disrupted by the Techcos. They've come in, they're trying to eat our lunch, and for many years, I guess we kind of sat back and milked and tried to fend them off. But I think what we've had to do in return now is we've got to disrupt the Techcos. So we've got to start embracing, we want to be a technology company. We want to serve our customers in a different way. It's not, the discussion anymore isn't about connectivity or speed. It's around what you want to do in your home or in your business. And what we've been looking to do over the last few years across all of our businesses is to change that discussion, to make sure that we have the ability to give the customer what they want. So, for example, on the B2B side, Fireminds is the company we work with across the region. We look at transformed revenue. It's very important for us. We want one contract for the customer. So when a business customer comes to us, it's one contract for all of the services. It's not just about connectivity anymore. And in fact, interestingly, we had a meeting quite recently with our group CTO up in Boston, and one of the questions I was asking him was, who's your connectivity provider? He couldn't name it. Well, he could when we pressed him. Would you like a meeting with your connectivity provider? Not particularly. Would you like to meet your cybersecurity provider? Absolutely. So where we need to be is very important. And what we've been doing is working on, moving up that value chain. So we have either through partnerships or through acquisition or building up our own teams to make sure that when we're talking with customers now on the B2B front today, we're selling them a total solution. It's, we're selling the cybersecurity, we're selling them how to protect their business, we're selling them, depending on what it is that they need. And that's the same actually on the consumer journey. And we've, in Bermuda in particular, we've had a huge focus on giving consumers what they want. We just recently opened, we're an Apple reseller, so we opened an Apple reseller right in the center of Hamilton. We do MacBook Pros, iPads, Samsung watches, PlayStations. So when customers come in now, it's not really about the connectivity anymore. It's around what do you want for your home, selling them that service, and making sure that we can provide them with all aspects of it. And that's been kind of transformational for us. And we very much view ourselves as a techno company, a technology company, not just a telco anymore. And I'd be very optimistic for us in the telco world because we've maybe sat back for a while, and now we can go and we can disrupt and we can start taking those revenues from the people who've been doing it to us over the last few years.
Thank you, Niall. I'd like to move on to Samir. Samir, tell us about your digital journey at BTC.
So at BTC, that digital journey really starts with recognizing this massive change in internet consumption. Massive. 25% over the last 4 years, 25% compounded annual growth rate in internet consumption. What's that driven by? Yes, COVID and hybrid's here to stay for some portion, right? But also, if you look at the next generation, the millennials and the Gen Z, what they will say, and they have said in a Deloitte study, 48% of them say they spend more time interacting in social media than the physical world. Right? Think about that for a second. So they may start with gaming and social media, and then they discover new content. One thing leads to another. Streaming, a lot of it cloud-driven, but streaming, if you think about the average HD stream, it's 5 megabits per second, what you need. 4K, 15. 8K, 50. Anybody notice when you're walking in today, there were signs for NFL, like this NFL training sessions? Everyone started singing in their heads, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you're getting ready for that, right? So guess what? NFL this year, they declared there's going to be one playoff game that's going to be exclusively streamed. Exclusively. So not on your CBS, ABC, NBC, Fox, but exclusively streamed. So what you're seeing is higher quality content streaming, and you're seeing the demand for it. There's another study, if you think about your own homes. In the US today, the average household has 22 connected devices. 22. I actually mentioned that statistic to somebody. Said, no, I got 10. And then she sat and she started to count. She got to 27. And I bet you'll probably be north of that. So the digital journey, if you think about it, it starts with connectivity. And we had to make a decision to move from copper to fiber. We made that decision, and we're moving that way because broadband is the new requirement. That's the message. Broadband is the new requirement if you want to participate in the next generation. So that's where our journey started.
I remember the days when, because you mentioned about the data consumption of today, I remember the days when we were offering DSL services, ADSL. And I was, back in those days, I was manager of our internet department. And we were working on some surface regulations. And we put in there a fair of use policy. You guys remember those days? Mm-hmm. Fair of use policy? Mm-hmm. And actually it was based that you cannot utilize the connection 24/7. If you look at today, in today's world, and we were able to do that back then because back then, to remind you, the internet had a lot of text, photos, and a few videos. But the whole landscape changed to video and also streaming, a lot of live streaming. So to put in perspective what you just said about in today's world, there's a lot of data usage. Then again, we come to the discussions we had in the conference with regard to the fair share part, because this is one of the things that is hurting us as a company. As companies, as operators, what is your view on that, Shamir?
And just make sure the audience understands when you say fair share, fair use, what do you mean by that?
Fair use. The fair use I mentioned was for back in those days.
Yeah, but
that you're not utilizing the connectivity 24/7.
Yeah. And I know what I've seen in the US and been a part of is caps, right? Literally on caps, on how much consumption, because you will find that there are people with servers, you will find that people that are doing an extraordinary amount of data consumption both ways. And the approach that I've taken in the past is to charge for it. frankly, and you have that in your terms and conditions, and you limit it, and you have the ability to turn off that service for that consumer who is overusing it to the detriment of others. But I'd also say it's an interesting offer that I'm familiar with. The word unlimited. The word unlimited. It's like that's the next killer app. Because in people's minds, they're like, I can do something. But you can charge for unlimited. You can position that effectively. And so that was a way that I've used stateside to sort of manage that, put caps, but then also monetize another tier, such that those who really want to go and use it for bigger purposes, consumer purposes, they can do so, but we don't lose our shirts because we're managing a whole lot. You mentioned, if you look at the bits that are traveling over the wires, 75% plus is video. You think about the cameras we're looking at, it's video. And so how do you monetize that as a service provider? To me, I think it has to be through your terms and conditions and then look at other tiers in an unlimited way such that you can make the economics work.
With regard to that, what you mentioned, unlimited, you have these restaurants, the all-you-can-eat. Even at a certain point...
Not in the Bahamas, by the way, but I just want to make that clear.
But here in the US, even at a certain point, they will come to tell you, hey, it's enough. Natalie, how is Digicel moving in the direction of this digital journey?
Well, we have moved. So as far back as 2020, we would have relaunched ourselves as a digital operator. And again, it goes back to appreciating where our customers are and what they're looking for out of the telco or their experience on a day-to-day basis. So we would have heard discussion this morning around smart cities and our work there, where it's so critical to leverage partnerships. So for the telcos, it's important to appreciate you don't have to reinvent from cradle to grave. You don't have to go it alone. So it's exploring important partnerships to really layer on additional functionality that allows you to add value to your customers. And smart cities for us is one of those solutions, right? Where we are the backbone, we have the partner that can do the analytics, and it's a seamless solution for customers, right? We also have, on the consumer side, several applications that we roll out to our customers, again, creating value and experiences. I think about our MDA app, our My Digicel app, which is a self-service tool for our customers. Again, the current customer base wants to have less interaction with a human. They don't want to wait in line. They really want a menu of options in front of them. They want to self-service. They really want to get things done in a short time frame as possible, hence our app. And then we have products like Loop. So again, a content vehicle, customized content straight to your device, curated by you when you want it. We focused on listening to the customer, understanding where that demand is, what customers are looking for, and then creating products and solutions for those customers. So both on the consumer and on the B2B side.
Thank you, Natalie. Niall, Natalie mentioned about focusing on the customers, and I'd like to ask you, how are you transforming your customer services?
Yeah, similarly, I think the customer comes first. You have to look at how they want to be treated. And I think we, at the moment, about 80% of our interactions with customers are self-serve. So a lot of people don't want to talk to anyone. They're used to working from home. And it's important that we have the tools to allow them to pay their bills or register a problem, whatever the issues, that they can interact. So we've had a huge focus on that. But there's still a large percentage of people who want to come in on a Saturday and pay their bill. I know from my time in Barbados that was popular back. So, and it's important that we have that avenue for people as well. So it's trying to get that mix and that balance right. We have the payment kiosks, we have a payment center, but as I said, we're trying to encourage as much as possible for people to use either the call center or different self-serve ways that they can interact. And we put a huge investment into systems in order to make that happen. And it's also very important that we measure our NPS scores around this. That we have to do this for the right reasons. It can't be just to cut costs. It needs to be about better service as well. So it's about getting that balance right. And for us, that's been a journey, and I think it's going well. But it's about constantly evolving, constantly looking at the new ways to interact. TikTok, the ways we interact today are very different from the ways we interacted 5 years ago. I think the pandemic, it was terrible, but what it did help is accelerate a lot of the ways that we can interact with our staff and our customers. And we've taken those learnings and we continue to evolve.
Thank you. The same question for you, Richard. What are your journey on with regard to customer
Just to I'll kind of follow on from what Niall was just saying. So we put a lot of effort and a lot of money into our mobile money Guyana, MMG. We've now got more than 50% of our bills are paid through mobile money.
Wow.
We take in bill payments for the other utilities, which update real time, so people can pay within anywhere. Instead of having to rely on our 10 retail stores, we've got 2,000 MMG agents where you can go pay bills, send money to load up your wallet, send money to friends, relations, and what we found is we've got people now that pay something in the region anywhere between 10 and 20 bills. There's somebody in the village who just goes around and says, "Do you want me to pay all the bills for you? Give me the money." And in a country where you've got a hinterland, very, very, very rural areas, as you have in Suriname as well, sometimes that's the key to engaging the customers that you probably would never see unless you actually get in a big four-wheel drive with a snorkel on it and drive for 9 hours. So it's actually engaging our customers that we would probably never have seen or we never would see as well. And of course, to some extent, it engages the indigenous population as well, which are generally in those very rural locations.
I like the fact that you mentioned mobile money. I remember the days when that service was launched in Guyana around 2007 or 2008, and I also remember the challenges that there were to really push that service. And I really admire how you guys focused and believed in it, and that you mentioned today that around 50%,
50% of GTT bills are paid through
that
mobile
50% of GTT bills are paid through that mobile money app.
Mm-hmm.
That is fantastic. That is fantastic. So let's move on to Shamir again. What does big tech do that telcos can learn from?
Yeah, so I guess that's the topic of today, right? What did they do that we can? I think one of the things they do really well is they stop doing things, right? So if you think about Netflix, you may know or recall Netflix actually started off as a DVD, right? With DVDs, physical. They're now all streaming. They stopped doing things. Are we fast enough at, hey, we're going to stop that 2G, we're going to stop that 3G, we're going to rationalize, we're going to reuse that spectrum? I would say we have room for improvement, certainly in our market, to stop doing things and move faster. I'd say the big tech players, they also invest, nurture, develop these innovation labs, these hubs, and they'll bring in the community, they may bring in universities, they may bring in other partners, and to tinker, right? And to come up with ideas. Inside these organizations, they have a mentality of failing fast. They'll try something, they'll try 5 things. One of them might actually work, but they are necessarily engineers who are focused on sort of the next thing. And again, not all of these things work, but that's where the ideas come from. So they're willing to take those kinds of risks. I'd also say that partnerships are a big part of that. So yes, in innovation labs, that's where partnerships can come together. For our part, for example, we have in LLA, we have 19 data centers throughout the Caribbean. We're tier 1, we've been awarded tier 1 Microsoft network partner status. So that's good. Now, what can you do with that in these partnerships? Well, what's important to our market and to parts of the Caribbean for sure is this notion of data sovereignty. And how can we take a page out of big tech through partnerships with these data centers with this tier 1 Microsoft status and create these cloud nodes that are specific to each country or specific to our country, so the data stays inside. And so those are some of the ideas. I think there was also conversation on the customer journey and the customer experience. And if I think about one thing that's really different is that, I mean, when last did you call Amazon? When last did you call Netflix on a phone? You mentioned it, right?
Yeah.
This notion of digital first. Well, all the digital journeys are really what's first in these companies. And it's not just for sales, it's for every kind of support, the apps. And so anywhere there's innovation, it's a digital-led or a digital-first mindset. And I think that's what I've seen a lot of the telcos in the US pick up on over the last 10 years or so. They're getting better at it, and I see us doing the same. But that's a key difference.
Natalie, I'd like to move to you. The same question. What do you think that we can learn from these big tech companies as telcos?
Following on from what Samir said, they're very opportunistic in a positive way, right? So they examine the landscape and then they determine how they're going to go after an opportunity, a niche, provide something new, do something differently. They are less encumbered than the telcos to do so. So again, it's how they're set up. They're quite agile, less history to sort of manage and compete with, but also they're facilitated, right? So the telcos struggle under dated legislation, dated policy that really doesn't facilitate quick movement and innovation. It more seeks to keep you within the square brackets of a past time, right? There is need now for the policymakers to really relook the potential for partnership with the telcos. I think we have similar objectives, which would be ensuring that the citizens of the territories in which we operate have full access to everything, right? Exposure, opportunity, and are not limited. And the more partners you can bring along on that journey, the better and the faster that we'll achieve that for our nations. Right? So facilitating the telcos and making that transition to Techco, being able to move faster, utilize, as I said, new opportunities, utilize the data they have access to, that can only redound to faster turnaround in new products and services for the citizens of the territory. So I think that is a significant advantage that they have. And in watching how they're able to move around, try something new, stop that, adopt something, leave something else, watching customers respond to that, that is an opportunity for the telcos to benefit as well, if facilitated and if those partnerships are really fostered.
Thanks, Natalie. Also, Niall, the same question. What is your view on what we can learn as operators from the big tech?
Yeah, I mean, I think interesting. I would echo the sentiments. I think I had an old boss. He used to always say, "Permission to fail," and you need to try things. And I think that's what the tech companies do really well. Now they have the benefit. We're in cruise ships sometimes, and they're in speedboats in terms of the ability to move fast. But we have to be willing to take chances, try new things, and fail. And hopefully you don't fail more often than you fail, and then you're doing well. So I think we can learn. And also, I mean, you look at the evolution. What we're doing today is very different from what we were doing 5 years ago. And it's going to be completely different again. And it's about making sure you're looking ahead. And we also got to have that mindset as telcos, because I think traditionally, we're a utility company now where the connectivity is taken for granted. The technology companies are out there selling, and they're making us irrelevant. They're saying it doesn't matter who. We got to make ourselves relevant again, and we've got to have that mindset where through partnerships, through developing our people, that we are the full solution provider for them. That and that we're challenging ourselves. And you speak about Netflix. I always like to tell the story of Kodak. They actually invented the digital camera at a time when they had 95% of the traditional camera share. But they put it away for 5 or 6 years, and they ended up going bankrupt. So, timing is important. When do you come with something? But you have to be constantly evolving. You have to be taking risks, reasonable risks, and make sure that you're looking at what's ahead 5, 6, 10 years in the future, and that you're positioning yourself for that. And I think connectivity is critical. The utilities are always going to be important, but it's what's built on the layers above that. We have to go above. We have a very demanding customer base now. As you said, we're not competing anymore with the other telcos in our environments that we operate. We're competing internationally, worldwide, and we need to deliver world-class customer service, and we need to deliver world-class services. And digital technology allows us to do that. The digital transformation journey that we're all on is critical. Take chances, and just make sure you win more times than you fail. So that's the important thing, and then you'll be okay.
Thanks, Niall. Richard, also, your view, how you deal?
So I'm going to take a slightly warped view of this now, which is kind of how I do things. So my view is it's not just our problem. It's not just our challenge to keep developing and moving along this technological journey. Some of our challenges across the Caribbean is, what do the regulators want? What are the governments looking for? The governments want everything. They want it now and they want it for nothing. Yeah. What are the regulators trying to do? Are we still using regulations from 20 years ago when they set up Excel? As an example. So how are we going to bring these people along with us as well to make sure that we whether it's spectrum management is probably not a conversation we could have. It'd probably take us days. But the spectrum management is a big thing across the Caribbean. So what are we doing with that? How are we going to manage that? Some places manage it very well. Some don't manage it at all. We've got to kind of bring these people along with us to make sure that we can give the worldwide, customer care services, et cetera, et cetera. But we need to bring people with us on that journey. It's not just the operators. We can only do so much. And if we're over-regulated or under-regulated, depends on what side of the fence you're on, that has an impact as well. And we can go on to the OTT debate, which I'm sure you don't want to do right now, but all of these pieces of the puzzle determine what we can achieve in whatever jurisdiction you're in. So I think we need to get, and I know Cantor are doing some great work on certainly the OTT and involving the ministers across the Caribbean, but that needs to we need to bring some of this stuff to a conclusion now, because they're not regulated.
You know what I find very interesting about what some of you have mentioned, what we all do to improve our customer service, while on the other hand, if it comes to services from big tech companies, we cannot remember the last time that we called them. In my opinion, it looks a little bit as well that they expect to do that part for them also, because the only thing they need is our connections. The only thing they need is more demand from the customers through our connections. And if we fail, we have a problem, but we cannot reach them. What do you think about that?
There was conversation yesterday on this exact topic. I'm not going to rehash it other than to say this is a challenge, right? This is a real challenge. It's a revenue per bit challenge. It's a cost per bit, a profit per bit challenge. Some of the approaches that have been tried are sort of these two-sided business models, such that we as the operator can monetize that. And that kind of led to caching for better experiences, and that kind of led to us, frankly, trying to keep up with the broadband consumption and then try to monetize that effectively. It's then led to us, how do we create the right bundle so we can reduce the churn on the broadband customer? And that's kind of where we are. I think there's a lot of opportunity, given trust that may be given to us to do more. The way I think about it is we're in the business of facilitating services. And I know you use the word facilitating, and I love that word for this purpose. But I think about my roadmap, and I think about future uses. And I look at 3 dimensions. And through these 3 dimensions, we should be better at monetizing the opportunity. The first is speed. Absolutely. And so feel good about the decision for fiber. We're rolling that. We just announced gig symmetric speeds. Wonderful. And you've all seen the Apple announcement for their new goggles, and that path to spatial computing, you might want a little bit more speed come into your home, right? So that's the first thing. And with that speed, we should be able to monetize those tiers of data. Second is latency. We saw some of the cameras in the prior presentation. But as simple as edge compute moving closer to the customer, right? Like that for lower latency. Ultra low latency is coming. So the kinds of videos we saw, it's starting and it's needed, right? It's almost like think about it as an edge cloud. And through that, you're able to monetize differently if you facilitate the appropriate services and give the right QoE. I think the third dimension is, and this affects us in the Caribbean, is reliability. And I say reliability, I think about network all the way to power. I think about eliminating single points of failure. If I'm going to have a strand going to Nile, and I want a backup strand, I'm not going to send it straight to Nile, right? I'm going to send it to Natalie, then to Nile, right? So how do we think about it that way from a network layer 1 perspective? And then power. I mean, we got backup generators. Sometimes I feel my backup is the primary, right? And it's a serious problem. We have hurricanes. We talked about earthquakes earlier. And so how do we work differently with the power company on alternate energy? To me, I think that's what the next decade is going to be. How do we bring forward new approaches for reliability working in partnership? I think those three things, for me, and the ability to facilitate services and then monetize them is going to be how we succeed. I don't have an answer on the OTT thing other than what I've shared, but I am confident that speed, latency, and reliability is going to be the winning card.
Thank you. Natalie, I'd like to hear from you what you think about future experiences and what are the implications to your roadmap.
I think we've all said it here. It's really important that we are looking forward to what the next potential wave of demand looks like. It's making sure that we have the capacity technically, but also internally, to be able to capitalize and monetize that demand and how it changes and shapes. It's about constantly reassessing where you are, the trends. The whole reason we're having this conversation is that there's a very necessary, now dated, need to move from telco to techco. Right? And I believe it was Niall that said it previously, just because we've had this recognition now, to sit back on our laurels and go, oh, okay, we've done it. We've enhanced processes, we've introduced new services, we're covered, we're good for the next 10 years, that would be the grave error, right? So it's back to that constant introspection. Again, finding vehicles that you can utilize the data that we have years of to understand how our customer journey has evolved over time. And really looking ahead and looking proactively at the right partnerships to be able to offer solutions to customers that anticipate future needs. Again, it's about not being afraid to fail either. Because if you're going to go forward into that space, into the unknown, you're going to try some things that are not going to stick or work or feel like the right timing. And it's about being agile enough to say, okay, not now, or this didn't work, how are we going to pivot quite quickly? Right? So it's going to be a constant mind game. It's going to be a constant strategic realignment as you go about. I think actually the notion of a static roadmap is well past. That roadmap needs to be revisited constantly, and how you show up then as a business operating in this space is going to change endlessly. You just have to be very ready for it, have the right skill sets internally to be able to envision what that looks like and position the business to take up the opportunity when it comes.
Thanks for sharing that. And it is not easy maybe to address something that we experience as difficult, but I'll like to ask you, what do you experience as difficult on this digital journey? What personally?
Again, it was mentioned, it's the people. It's a transition of mindset. It is the customer base that we have now. If they have a certain vision of who you are, even when you try to pivot quite effectively, rebrand, share something new, there's skepticism until you can actually deliver. right? So we've talked a lot about connectivity being just the baseline. Nobody complains about it until it doesn't work. Right? So for me, the difficulty has been ensuring that your customer base sees you as different. So not only a legacy utility anymore, but a value provider. And then internally, having your people come on that journey with you and understanding why you need to move forward, why they see people coming into the business that are bringing new skill sets, why certain jobs maybe are changing or evolving, right? That is the most difficult piece. It's that same word you didn't want to mention earlier, the change piece, right? It doesn't matter what you call it, it is what it is. And making sure that persons understand the importance of that and see a role for themselves in that and as contributing to that to propel the business forward. That is one of the most difficult things. You have to manage your external people and you have to manage your internal people in that journey that you can see very clearly if you're looking into the future.
Thank you for sharing that. Niall, what do you experience as difficult on this journey?
Yeah, I would share Natalie's sentiments entirely on the people side of things, but what's also difficult is for us is we take a 5-year view and sometimes a 10-year view, and there's some pretty serious capital investments need to be made, and it's about getting the right timing on when you make them. You don't want to make them too early, but you also don't want to make them too late. So, we're spending a lot of money right now on upgrading our subsea network. That's a 15 to 20 year, we have to build for the future, and we're seeing, our demand for bandwidth is growing 25, 30% per year. So we have to look 10, 15 years, because these are pretty big investments. Likewise on our core network, we do gigabit to the home today, but that's going to be old hat in 5 years. Probably we need to be able to do 10 gig, and we need to make decisions. Likewise on the mobile side, when's the right time to go 5G, 6G? When does that come? So there's a lot of big decisions that require a huge capital investment, and it's when do you make them? And I think that's the challenging thing for us as we look. If you get it late, if you get it too late, you could be, because it could be, that's a big problem. But you also don't want to do it too early. So managing that process, that's difficult. And I think also for sure, all the people side of it, a lot of the jobs that we have today won't exist in 5 years. A lot of the jobs, most of the jobs all of us are doing today didn't exist 25 years ago. So, people have to change, and their roles have to change, and how they do them have to change. And, we have to work with our teams and bring them on that journey. And sometimes not everybody can make it on that journey. So it's trying to manage that process.
Thank you. So we're going to wrap up this presentation by asking Richard what he experienced as difficult.
Wait, we've got 26 seconds.
Nothing. Everything's easy for Richard.
No.
So
you didn't see. You didn't see.
Ditto now.
You didn't see.
They've got it in a nutshell. It's the people and it's the timing for me.
Only that?
Oh, only. Only. Bringing the people along with you is just so important. And there's a portion of your team that don't actually want to come with you. No, it's how we manage that. Cajole some of them along, but some of them fall by the wayside. No, but we've got to change, we've got to move. And we've got to move at speed, not at historical pace, where it doesn't matter. Now it matters, because everything's got to be done quickly.
So that was it for the CEO Forum. I really appreciate to have you here so that we can have this open discussion about our own digital journeys. So I'm looking forward to future experiences and other activities in which we probably can share and learn more from each other. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Let's get a group shot right here. Thank you. Richard actually answered this question in 26 seconds. I'm really happy. Great job. Value provider really stood out to me. That's okay. So we're gonna take a quick break, but before we do, let me just get in some announcements. Of course, naturally, thank you to CWC, our headline sponsor, Digicel, Diamond sponsor, ATN, our Platinum sponsor. Gabrielle Belgrave Holder, are you in the room? If she isn't, currently she's on the top of the leaderboard in the event app with some over 21,000 points. Don't know if, 26,000 points. Yeah, don't know if anybody's going to knock her off. Just want to say thank you so very much to our sponsors of the conference polos, eNet. A lot of you actually wore your sponsor shirts, your conference shirts today. Really cool. We have a lot of prizes and surprises after we get back, and certainly we look forward to giving away a prize when we resume. So that's a 10-minute break, and I will see you back in a few. See you then.
I'm proud to be TNT. I'm proud to be TNT. I love this place. This is my country. I'm proud to be TNT. So proud to be TNT. I love this place. It's my country. Where we throwing javelin and belting ways. There's room for every creed and race. Greetings with a big warm embrace, like medium heavy all kind of taste. Where steel pan hums and it as a drum. We love the night and embrace the sun. We dance in the street to go about it more than when the iron beat you go feel the love. We have fruits for all kind of season, limes for all kind of reason. This place is full of a plenty passion. So proud this my nation. I'm proud to be TNT. I love this place. This is my country. I'm proud to be TNT.
Be Mobile celebrates all the things that make us proud. We are proud to be TNT.
TSTT is the only local service provider in Trinidad and Tobago, and we are proud to own 1 out of 2 TIA 942B accredited rated 3 data centers in the Caribbean and 1 out of 5 in the Latin American region.
Our company EPI is worldwide, in presence with offices in more than 10 countries worldwide, and with partners in more than 60 countries, and having done audits, trainings in more than 150 cities worldwide.
So in terms of infrastructure, we have 2 12 kV feeds from TNTech, which covers our power aspect. Then we have backup power facilitated by our 2 1.2 megawatt generators. And this is backed up by our bulk fuel tank, which allows us about a little more than a month's worth of fuel for the amount of time that we have. Also, we have conditioned power via our rotary type UPSs. These are environmentally friendly as opposed to static type UPSs. We have no batteries. It actually conditions the power supply as opposed to most static type UPSs. Whereas we are able to change and convert that odd supply that we get from TNTech into a perfect world supply to provide to our critical load in our data center.
We've really invested a lot into getting the data centers fully certified.
TSTT's data center is TSTT's state-of-the-art data center in terms of electrical, power, control, and IT hardware. We are TIA 942B certified as a rated 3 data center. This accreditation not only covers the electrical and mechanical aspects of the data center, but includes categories such as security, architecture, networking infrastructure, fire suppression, and safety.
It is very important that the certification TIA 942 has 4 main areas, which are architectural, the building, location, etc. Second, mechanical, including cooling, safety, security, fire suppression. Third, electrical. And fourth, telecommunications, to make sure that your communications are uptime and reliable.
We developed a complex system based on world-class technology and sound infrastructure for our own success.
This TIA certification also means for our customers that we're fully certified in producing and also rendering telecommunication services and connectivity for our clients.
We know the effects of the labor and all the natural disasters and the laws that are prohibitive towards people in the region putting their stuff on the cloud.
We at TSTT could give you that comfort zone and that your data is perfectly fine and secured. We have partnered with all the major security firms, whether it be Checkpoint and Palo Alto, to provide you with that comfort. And we are also have expertise in all the engineers that operate our cloud services, so they are aware of all the new trends in the industry and to assure you that your data also stays on island and there's nowhere outside. So to give you that sort of comfort zone.
Our client base, okay, is from the big companies like HP, IBM that we have partners with, but also big telco companies, government agencies, banks, universities, everyone that has a data center, because they need to make sure that the reliability of their data center is secure and they do the right service and a reliable service to their customers.
This data center is TIA 942 certified, which means it meets international global standards and the highest standards for data centers.
Where we throwing javelin and pelting waste. There's room for every creed and race. Greetings with a big warm embrace, like medium, heavy, all kind of taste. Where steel pan hums and it as a drums. We love the night and embrace the sun. We dance in the street and go out in mud. And when the iron beat, you go feel the love. We have fruits for all kind of season, limes for all kind of reason. This place is full of a plenty passion. So proud this my nation.
Celebrates all the things that make us proud. We are proud to be TNT.
All right, we are going to resume. I know it takes a while to get everyone back over from the exhibition hall, especially if the coffee is in that direction or in that room. But we're going to resume just so that we can try to keep today as tight as possible. Thank you so very much. I believe we have our members, our panelists who will be on shortly. I'm going to invite you, if you're standing right now, if you could kindly take your seats. See, once my Bahamians start talking, it's over. Hi, guys. Thank you so very much. Now, before we dive into our panel discussion, I've been given earbuds, I've been given smartphones, I've been given smart watches. The first person who is not a member of the Cantor team, who is not a moderator, he's just like, oh, man. Who is not a speaker or a panelist, they're just like, oh, wow. The first person who can tell me what is the theme of Cantor 2023. So simple. We have a hand over here. Did you just look at the screen while walking? I guess this is how ChatGPT, we know we've been saying you have to use the tools that you have to do the job efficiently. I love it. Fostering a resilient data sphere for all. I have a smartwatch for you right here. He didn't even try to hide it. I love our people. Congratulations. Thank you so very much for participating. So we are now going to jump into the conversation, expanding financial inclusion through secure digital payments, empowering your phone to make and take payments, which is a huge deal for many of us within the Caribbean as well as within the Latin American territory. Our moderator, Eldred Garcia, SVP of Business and Partner Development, FAC. We will have a keynote that will be delivered by Rodolfo Duran, Vice President, Technology Strategic Partnerships for Northern Latin America and the Caribbean MasterCard. And then, of course, we will have our esteemed panelists join. That will be Ryan Garrity, Partner Business Manager Account, and Philip Canis, VP of Sales and Partnerships, Yazara. So again, expanding financial inclusion through secure digital payments, empowering your phone to make and take payments. Let us welcome them.
Take a seat. I'll need to sit under the logo.
Are you going to sit down?
Yeah, I'm going to sit down. In just a second. Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Come on, please.
The whole crowd. I'm sure everybody's drinking coffee at this time. So I'm going to do something a little bit different than I normally do. I usually speak freely and have a conversation with the audience. But because of the time constraints and the amount of information that we're going to have today, I've written down a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be saying just so I can keep myself on track. So I'd like to take a different approach, like I mentioned, and do this in a scripted form. And we're going to do today, make sure that we walk away with 4 key points. The first point is global innovation. As payments continues to advance at a high rate, improving security, financial inclusion, and overall economic growth, the Caribbean is not fully benefiting from this trend yet. Number 2, the Caribbean has a unique challenge that hinders the advance of economical payments and financial and digital inclusion. Processes, rules, scale of economics, and regulations are those key things. Number 3, First Atlantic Commerce, which is essentially the de facto gateway of the Caribbean, has painstakingly connected the fragmented financial environment to make sure that these payments can work throughout the Caribbean. FAC and MasterCard are committed to help countries in the Caribbean thrive despite this inherent complexity. And lastly, when there's a common agenda to work with countries to accelerate the impact of digital payments, we can jointly find how to overcome these obstacles and access the benefits of digital innovations in payments. With that, let's begin. So, the Caribbean region faces certain unique payment and payment fraud challenges that require attention to innovation. Today, we will discuss a few of these unique challenges that is being done to overcome them, and how, working together, we can catapult our dynamic region into economic powerhouse. There is limited, I'm going to go back here for a second, there is limited financial inclusion. One significant challenge in the Caribbean is the limited access to formal services, formal banking services, for a significant portion of the population. So there was a report that was recently done that was shared by MasterCard as well, that 40% of those living outside a major city have a banking account. Smartphones, however, the penetration of smartphone is reaching over 80% in Latin America and in the Caribbean region. The high resilience on remittances, a lot of money being transferred from the Caribbean outside, and more specifically, from outside of the Caribbean into the Caribbean. So folks leaving the Caribbean, working outside, sending money home to their family. Many countries in the Caribbean depend heavily on remittances from abroad. Stats right now suggest that over 80% use a mobile device to send money to another person. Another challenge that we have is the collaboration and regulatory framework. Given the interconnection of the Caribbean countries, it is crucial to foster collaboration between governments, financial institutions, and payment service providers. Establishing a harmonized regulatory framework, sharing information on fraudulent activity, and implementing cross-border anti-money laundering measures can help secure our payment ecosystem, our fragmented payment ecosystem. Now, tourism and merchant fraud. Our Caribbean is a vibrant tourist industry which brings millions of visitors annually. However, it also attracts fraudsters who exploit unsuspecting tourists and engage in various payment fraud schemes. Enhancing security, such as robust fraud detection systems through chip, ENV, and contactless cards, whether it's contactless cards or on your phone, is crucial. And educating merchants on this and how we do this is important. There's been a lot of discussion and conversations and questions that have been received about, is the phone really more secure using your phone to make payments? And the short answer is yes. Devaluing information and using contactless payments absolutely secures the payment process significantly over using static information, which is what we see on cards today. And lastly, before we turn to the panel, cybersecurity and online fraud. With the increasing adoption of e-commerce and digital transactions, the Caribbean faces a growing threat of cybercrime and online fraud. Strengthening cybersecurity infrastructure, promoting awareness about phishing and fraudulent tactics, and investing in advanced fraud prevention technologies are essential to combat this. If anybody attended the meeting yesterday, the conference yesterday with Robert Villanueva, he is the head of cybersecurity for the Secret Service globally. He shared some really disturbing information. I think he shared real-time compromised data from not only telco clients, but also from their staff, from workers. And this is not, essentially no fault of anybody other than the fact that in our day-to-day lives, we connect to things in order to perform our daily activity, whether it's working at a cafe or being in a hotel and connecting to the Wi-Fi in order to submit emails. They subject themselves, without taking proper protection, to malware. And this malware gets into their systems, they connect back to the network, and then they affect the network, and then you have compromised data. So with that, I'd like to turn to our panel and ask some questions. So Rodolfo, I'm going to turn to you first and ask you a couple of questions about what you're seeing in the Caribbean region. So what are the recent global innovations in payments, and what are the associated benefits in security, financial inclusion, and overall economic growth that you're seeing in the Caribbean?
Okay. So let me take a step back before going to the specifics of the Caribbean and just anchor on what just happened to us in the last couple of years. No? If we take we all were wearing masks as short as a year ago. We had COVID. COVID was terrible in general, but it did create a seismic shift in what we see in payments. No? Sharing with you, in Latin America, we had 100 million people that before would not use electronic payments and now are using economic payments. That's like 15% of all the Latin American and Caribbean population. But again, 100 million people that changed behavior. That was a quick accelerator in financial inclusion. And how did that happen? That happens only in the hand with innovation. You need to create that financial inclusion of, again, these 100 million people. You need to have the conditions ready for that to happen. What are the conditions when we're thinking about financial inclusion? You need to have, we think of trust, we think of innovation and inclusion all together to make things happen. So trust, you were talking about all the cybersecurity risks and the problems. As MasterCard, a key thing, and we even forget about it, we need to ensure that whenever you are making a payment or you want to conduct your daily life, that transaction will be safe and secure. And that needs to be embedded so that someone actually decides to enter the financial system. Second, inclusion, before going to the innovation, is you need technology that is ready for everyone and that will be accessible for everyone. It's not technology for the sake of technology. It's something to solve a problem so that the people will use it. And then, yes, when you go to technology, and you were starting to give some examples, Eldred, you need to have the technology that will make the life easier for the consumer, who is, by the way, the end decision maker. No? So you need to make it accessible from their phone, from their bank account, from their card, from my watch, from wherever you want to do it, that they're able to interact in a safe and secure manner. And the good news is that right before the pandemic, we had been working a lot on getting contactless payments going. And we just saw a huge shift during the pandemic of people adopting contactless, call it in your card or in your phone, and that helped accelerate really that adoption. Today in Latin America, you should have 1 out of every 2 transactions being contactless. In Caribbean, maybe 4 out of 10. But again, it's helping take us there. But still, you were asking about the picture of Caribbean. We have seen much more progress in the rest of Latin America, where many of the conditions were there ready for, yes, for consumers, but also for SMEs and for other players to accept. And there is where in the Caribbean, we still have some broader challenges and we have some barriers to come across.
So very interesting, because the conversation or the response that you're giving highlights the benefits that it brings to individuals, right? So we had the COVID and people were looking for ways to continue conducting business, and there was a shift in the benefit to those consumers. But along those same lines, all these benefits also translate into how do countries benefit from these advances? How do countries stand to benefit from embracing financial inclusion? How does it present a significant opportunity for the growth and the prosperity of a country beyond just the individual?
So we have, again, multiple studies on the cost of cash and the benefits that it brings to the economy. We do see when people are adopting electronic payments, you have more transparency. You have actually, that generates taxes, that generates formality in the businesses, and that has shown to actually impact positively the GDP of growth in a couple of points. But again, in addition, you will have all the capabilities to create a base for future growth. No?
So obviously we've been talking about the new advances in payments and acceptance technologies and all the shift that's happening, moving from contact to contactless. But along with these advances, there's also been advances in fraud prevention, right? And these fraud preventions that are being used globally need to be leveraged in our region, because as we start adopting advanced technologies for individuals and governments, we also need to start adopting and leveraging those advanced fraud prevention solutions that are equally being used globally, but locally. So with that, I want to turn to Ryan from Count and ask him, what are the current global payment fraud trends and economic impact this advance in fraud is happening?
Yeah, so I think fraud is sophisticated and it's a simple term for a broad topic, but the advancements are coming really, I think, in the form of just becoming more sophisticated and the reach. It's no longer just attacking a specific larger merchants. We have things like affiliate marketing fraud, talking about dealing with influencers and people that have a lot of money involved, and now there's new dynamic fraud attacking this, or ways that even the affiliate marketers are acting in fraudulent ways. And I think the piece to, as it gets more sophisticated and our solutions are adjusting and we're reading with our AI and adjusting the solution to combat that fraud, the piece that needs to be, I think, given the right amount of attention is access to these fraud tools, where I think a lot of times when you're dealing with regions that have a lot of smaller merchants, they don't see the impact that fraud is going to have when it comes, because traditionally they weren't going to be targeted. But as more smaller merchants are operating on their cell phones and doing e-commerce for their booking and for their purchasing, that's leaving them very vulnerable to fraud, and even small businesses can be a perfect target for a massive fraud attack. And so I think what a big step in the right direction is some of the fraud solutions like Count being able to partner with an FAC so that we can do new methods of deployment. So each merchant doesn't have to somehow become an expert in fraud. They simply need to make sure that they have access through their banks or their financial institutions they're working with. And so in kind of developing new fraud deployment for protection models, where we can use somebody like FAC and then deploy a fraud solution at a bank level, that allows the bank to then manage the fraud rules for all of their smaller merchants that really don't have the bandwidth. They're just trying to grow these businesses and make a living. So I think that's the most essential to the Caribbean and the most progressive that I've seen as far as advancements.
So one of the things that you mentioned briefly was AI. And when you mention AI, we start thinking about new technology, new advances. We talked about new technology from a payments perspective, not only that consumers can benefit, but when you talk about advanced technology, specifically with regards to fraud, the amount of data that we are now seeing and trying to evaluate, analyze, and make decisions on is growing exponentially.
Absolutely.
It's becoming humanly impossible to analyze all this data as humans. So one of the questions I ask is, what are those new technologies, you briefly mentioned AI, that you're using in your fraud solution to handle this increasing tsunami of data that's coming at us to determine the level of risk associated with any given transaction?
Sure. So AI has been really the heart of the Count solution of fighting fraud since the very beginning in 2007. Our founder was an AI genius, and so I think it gets fairly technical. So in lieu of time, I'd say come by the booth maybe if we want to get into it. But we use two types of AI machine learning. We have supervised machine learning, which is essentially, that's what most people would think of. It's data coming in, we're studying it, and we're learning from it, and we're adjusting what we learn fraud looks like to this specific merchant or in this instance, right? And so that's kind of what most people would understand machine learning and AI to be. We use unsupervised machine learning as well, which is a little bit more unique. And in unsupervised machine learning, it's based more on instinct and real-time data. So you're talking about this tsunami of data. It's not just that it's a tsunami coming, it's constant. And so we have, we use a global network of transaction data to inform our real-time decisions. So if there's a credit card being used, maybe someone stole a credit card number, they're trying to make a transaction, they're trying to make a purchase somewhere for booking a room in Trinidad. We'll see that credit card, it might be associated with the correct name, with the correct details, but the device that the purchase is being made on, we can link that to maybe a different address, and then from there, that address has 10 devices with 40 different credit cards and 60 different emails, and now through this data linking, through this tsunami of data, the AI is able to, in real time, I think it's 250 milliseconds, make a decision on that, link these things together and tell you this is a bad act or this is a bad transaction. So AI is and has been essential, and that tsunami of data is also essential. We need that data to learn so that these machines become more effective at stopping these fraudulent transactions.
So it's very interesting to hear about all this new technology that we're leveraging in order to make people's life more convenient, financial inclusion, being able to pay wherever you're at in different forms, whether it's contact or contactless, through wearables, the advance in technologies to leverage the fraud prevention tools to address all the new challenges. But there's also additional technology that we're seeing that's coming to our region that's really going to transform our Caribbean region. And this new technology, I'm starting to talk to merchants about how do we address that 70% of the population in most of our Caribbean countries that are currently only able to pay in cash. Recently, I was in Suriname, and during a conference, and I took a walk down the street, and there was a number of different vendors, and trying to purchase something only in cash became extremely challenging because the wad of cash that I had to carry became very, very disturbing. Didn't want to have that kind of money in my pocket walking around the street in a new country that I wasn't familiar with. And I went to a merchant and tried to purchase a smoothie in a wrap, and unfortunately I only had enough to buy one or the other. So having this conversation with the merchant, I asked him, I said, wouldn't you just prefer to take credit cards? It's much easier. You wouldn't lose a sale. And then it's like, yes, absolutely. So, well, what's keeping you? Well, there's a number of things that are keeping me from taking credit cards. One, the cost of the terminal. I have to buy the terminal. It usually gets injected with encryption and security in the United States. Then they have to ship it. Then they have to send it out to the merchant. So there are a lot of barriers for one of those merchants to take payments. I said, well, there's new technology out there. What if we can take that physical terminal and convert that physical terminal into an application and put that application right into a phone that you already have in your pocket? Would that help you take credit cards? And they said, yeah, absolutely. That would make things a whole lot easier because I already have a phone. So there are new technologies out there that can address that huge percentage of the population that's only currently taking cash. And with that, I want to turn to my friend Philip here from Jazara, whose company does exactly that. They're a global payments soft pause provider, and I'll let Philip talk a little bit more about that. But how does a global soft pause provider, what are the barriers to this technology to address that market that's only paying in cash, and how does that address portability, mobility, and security, especially when people are still talking about, is my phone still secure now that you're not only making payments, but you're taking payments?
Thank you, Eldred. I'm just going to recap, what he mentioned. So what we enable is we enable merchants, maybe we can think of SMB, smaller businesses, to easily download from, the Google Store an application on their phone, on their current Android phone, that allows them to take payment and credit card present, right? So you would take your, I'm not going to show you here, but you can come over to the stand and take a look. But basically, you have an NFC on many of the modern and more recent models, and you can take your credit card. And our application actually shows you where the NFC antenna is, and you place your card on the back of your phone, and it will collect the card data, and the transaction process will occur. You will see the process. So all of the capability is existing on the phone. The merchant only has to download the application. And as we know from most of us in the telecom industry, right, the success of applications which can be downloaded to mobile devices is really good because it's easy distribution and it's immediate, right? You can, 2 seconds basically, you've downloaded an application, and through a single registration process, you've suddenly turned your phone into a terminal to accept credit card payments. So that's the technology. The distribution is very easy. You can process the credit card. It will take a few seconds. You have a data connection, and it will provide that information, generate an approved message, and then the merchant can send the receipt by SMS, by email, can share an image, and so on. So it's a very easy distribution system, right? So that's the question: is what sort of technology today is making small businesses' lives easier? Like, how easy is it to make a decision? If the cost to download an application is less than $1, and you don't have to make a hardware acquisition or a leasing or fill out, let's say, complicated paperwork, that makes the ability to download the application extremely easy. And more businesses today are familiar with wallet type of applications, right? Obviously, in many of these regions, remittance and other types of bill payment and applications that are offered through wallet already exist. Now we're simply giving the merchants the ability to download this application and do a card-present transaction, right? So if there were people on the fence or people who were not yet aware, the fact is this technology has really been out there for over 4 years. We launched the first, Yazara is a global company. We had the first soft POS application in the world in Poland 4 years ago. The technology has been evolving over several years, but this is really the year where globally we're going to see a high level of distribution and success. Yazara has customers and partners in the Caribbean, in Mexico, in Colombia, in Costa Rica, in Honduras, and Brazil. We're in India and Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and so on and so on. Right? People recognize that downloading an application to your phone to accept credit cards is a low barrier, for the enterprise to think, especially if the cost is acceptable. So having a low barrier and taking into consideration that you have 80% of mobile subscribers with an Android device makes that decision very easy. Now, some of you may also question, okay, what about iOS devices and Apple? As many of you may be aware, this is also being launched, in the Apple environment, and that technology also exists today. You might have seen recently, I think GoDaddy and some other American companies are doing their launches in the US, and Apple is also releasing this globally, but going market by market. So it's not just an Android-based technology, it's an Android and iOS-based technology. They are both using the NFC device to collect the data on your credit card. Now, Eldred mentioned an interesting thing that comes up is a question of security. And if we look at the history of this technology, the security side of it has also evolved as the OS systems and the phone devices themselves have evolved. As I mentioned, we launched this originally 4 years ago, and over the years, the Security Regulation Authority, PCI, has also evolved their security requirements related to this technology. The most recent release is a release called MPOC, and what the security regulatory authorities realized is that because businesses today, in the evolution of technology, take more than one vendor partner for different aspects of the technology, they broke up the domains of the security evaluation processes into different domains. So there's security on the mobile device, actually on the device, so you cannot copy a screen while you're inputting your PIN number or while you're in a transaction process and so on. There's cryptographic security, there's white box security, and there's security on the connectivity and the platform that is running this. So you have an encrypted communication between the mobile device to a platform that sends a transaction message to your processor. And that's where we get to the point of processing, right? So we're here with FAC, our regional partner that works with banks in the Caribbean region and has a long-standing relationship, and obviously with MasterCard, right? So that means that working with these partners in the Caribbean region, we're able to deliver this solution very quickly because the payment side is in place. Now it's a question of banks and partners introducing this technology to the markets, to enterprises, and that will allow, as Eldred said, suddenly, people have a very low cost, low decision barrier option to receiving credit cards. And that means a lot of the people today who are not could potentially be. And we believe, the adoption is going to be extremely significant. And multiple markets, and we think this year and next year, we're going to see very, very, very dynamic growth. What are the questions that small businesses had? As Eldred mentioned, there are costs involved with terminals. There's hardware involved. There's maintenance involved. There's maybe a leasing cost, like long term. On the mobile phone, you don't have any of those considerations. You're just downloading an app onto your mobile phone, suddenly enabled to accept credit cards. You have all your data, the history of transactions on your phone. So it's a very easy to distribute, high-tech, high-security solution with a lot of new security regulation involved. And it's a technology that's been evolving for many years, but now this is really the time. More and more devices have NFC. People are more conscious that they can use their phone for more business applications, and consumers are also more familiar with using their wallet for different types of products. So Yazare is a partner. We're a technology partner. FAC is one of our partners, and we're enabling businesses to accept credit cards. And obviously, there's going to be a significant percentage of people in the Caribbean markets that haven't really seen this technology yet because it might be new for some of them, but it's very easy to present, and it's very easy to adopt. So that's where we're at.
Thank you very much for all that. I think all that is extremely exciting. If anybody has passed by the booth that we have here, as you enter the vendor room, we're right on the left-hand side, and we've been showing for the last couple of days this actual technology working. It's a sandbox, so you can try it with your own card. We're not going to charge you any money, but you can see it transact in live. One of the things that you did mention, which I think is key, especially for us, is partnerships. As from an FAC perspective, First Atlantic Commerce, we understand that we can't be everything to everyone. We know what we do it very well. We've been, for the last 20 some odd years, systematically connecting our fragmented financial ecosystem. So we have connections through all the Caribbean with every major bank and processor, which allows not only our merchants to be able to do business in any of the Caribbean countries, but specifically those merchants that have operations in multiple countries. With one connection through FAC, they can actually have operations in multiple countries without having to integrate multiple times throughout the Caribbean. That's not only ineffective, very time-consuming, and extremely costly. So what we do at FAC is that we do best-of-breed partnerships. We look at how can we deliver the best kind of solutions out to our partners without us trying to do everything for everybody. So when we partnered up with Yazara, the conversations were about how do we bring this technology to the Caribbean? And part of that conversation is, hey, Yazara, how can you bring this technology into the Caribbean? And the response was it's a very fragmented environment. So if we had to do this, we would have to do this one country at a time, one bank at a time, one process at a time. And remember, our conversation is the partnership allows a one-to-many approach. And I think this is what we have looked at from a FAC perspective or a gateway perspective, that we have partnered up with institutions like MasterCard, who wants to provide not only new technology from a payments perspective, from a financial inclusion perspective, but also with Count to make sure that as we grow and expand and bring new technology into the region, that we're protecting it, so we don't have money coming in the front door and then money going out the back door and exposing not only our merchants, but also our financial institutions, but at the same time looking at what's coming to the future. How do we include that 70% of the market that doesn't take payments? How do we bring them into the fold? How do we accelerate this, leveraging new technology, knowing all the challenges that we have in the Caribbean with regards to cost and bringing in new technology. And this, I think, is part of what FAC has been looking at is how do we continue working with new partners that are focused in the Caribbean. So we understand very well that you have global organizations that have great technologies, but how do they adopt that technology from a global perspective locally? Do you understand the local market? Do you understand the local need? Do you understand the local challenges that we have in order to bring this new technology? So having partnerships like we have on stage allows us to do all the stuff that we've been talking to you in a much more effective and fast way. With that, I want to...
Can I add a comment on partnerships?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Because if I go back to the picture that I was portraying at the beginning of the difference of change, let me talk about acceptance. If you look Latin America outside of the Caribbean the past 5 years, you have basically 20% growth in acceptance locations in SMEs that are actually now able to receive payments. And again, when you, as an SME, you receive payments, suddenly you can prove your level of income and you can get a credit. Suddenly you're operating through a bank. Really, the SME is also included, so it's very powerful. That dynamic, again, 20% LAC, like 4 to 5% in the Caribbean. There's clearly a problem. What's happening very different that we still have to bring to the Caribbean is that level of partnerships. Yes, in all other countries, things have also changed in the regulatory framework, in companies going in, et cetera. So there's a lot of the pieces that needs to happen between what the government do, what the banks do, and what other companies can bring into the table so that you actually complete the ecosystem. And that is the piece that is really an opportunity for us now in the Caribbean to change that growth dynamic. No? Because right now, yes, there's a lot of inflow in many places from the tourism. Guess what? Those areas are typically covered. The opportunity and what's yet untapped is all of these additional SMEs that will actually be able to develop the local economy. That is the missing component, and that's where, if we partner, we can actually attack and make it grow.
And just to add one last point to that partnership, it's not just the vendors that we need to look at for as partners. We also need to look at local government for partnerships. There are regulations out there that have been in the books that could be updated to facilitate the rolling out of this new technology, this financial inclusion. So partnership includes everybody in the ecosystem that has a stake in the play here. So for those of you in the audience that are from government, we welcome you to continue this conversation. Again, for those that are in the audience as well, and you have questions and we're not able to get to your questions, please come by our booth. We're all going to be there, answer your questions, show you the technology, not only from the payments perspective, but also from a fraud prevention perspective. Talk about what we're doing in each individual country, not only as the Caribbean as a whole, but individual countries, Trinidad, Jamaica, Bahamas. We've been having these conversations all week. So again, we invite you to come to the booth and have these conversations with us. Some of them are more specific, so I think it's a better venue to have those specific conversations. But right now, I'd like to open it up with a couple minutes that we have left. If you have any questions for anyone here on our panels? Please? I think you're waiting, the mic.
Like in Spanish, I'm going to say, me mete la pata.
Me lo puede decir en español, sin problema.
Don't worry. I'm actually in the same space as you, and we run into the same issues. However, I think that Rodolfo does agree with me sometimes that the banks in the Caribbean are mostly, and you can tell me as well if you agree or not, if they are at fault to enable from SMEs over to bigger companies to enable payments to flow easily and gradually, that we don't have this issue for 20-some years already. We have the technology. The bottleneck is the jurisdictions where everybody is in, the banks that run in those jurisdictions. They keep telling that the central bank is at fault. They're not. The banks handle this in a cumbersome way. at a high level percentage, so everybody else is like, okay, so how am I going to survive in this territory? That's why they leave the territory, try to come with solutions inside. Count, I do know as well, because the situation is when a bank in the Caribbean has their BIN numbers into the AI already, sometimes there's failures because of higher risk being hit against those BIN numbers already. It's made difficult for us. But if we collaborate together, this should work. But it starts, and I'm going to say it again, it starts at the bank level, which are the acquirers, where Rodolfo usually has a bit more sway in the matter. It's hard to say it this way.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, and I think, especially for the folks on the panel here, I can tell you that I've been working indirectly with First Atlantic Commerce for over 20 years. I've worked for the brands for quite some time, and I worked with them as partners. And I recently joined FAC for the reasons that I mentioned to you before, the painstaking task of connecting each individual financial institution. With that, I saw a huge opportunity, right? So the opportunity of having all these financial institutions now connected in a way that we can now present payments, new technologies in a much more cost-effective and efficient way. One of the things that we initially looked at, I focused my last probably 12, 15 years on fraud prevention in the payment space. One of the things that we looked at is how are we deploying fraud solutions across financial institutions as we continue to accept payments. And the way we were deploying it was equally fragmented. We were trying to pick and choose what merchant was at higher risk and trying to put fraud prevention tools to protect that merchant. Well, fraud is like it's like squeezing a balloon, right? You squeeze fraud here and it pops out somewhere else, right? So that strategy, not the most effective way of doing it. Better than doing nothing, but it's not the most effective way. So we sat down with our partner accountant and we said, let's look at a better strategy to do this. So we had a conversation with the bank and we said, well, number one, all your merchants are important, right? What we're trying to do is remove fraud from your merchant portfolio. By moving fraud from one merchant to another within your portfolio is not helping the bank, it's helping that one particular merchant. So we need to take a new strategy and deploying fraud solutions across the entire financial institution. This way we can have a cohesive and uniform kind of way of protecting our merchants. Sure, fraud doesn't go away, it's going to go somewhere else. So we're deploying that fraud strategy across every financial institution across the Caribbean in order for us to have a more secure environment to work with. That's number one. Number two, from a technology perspective, we're doing the exact same thing. Instead of trying to pick and choose what merchant could deploy a soft POS solution, we're working with our partner Jazara to walk into the bank and say, how do we more effectively deploy this? We understand that 70% of the market that only takes cash is that micro, small merchant, and the resources that it takes for a financial institution to go after those merchants is almost the same that it would take for a larger merchant that has a much higher return on investment. So we're working with partners like MasterCard to say, how do we bring new technology in, but also partnerships to facilitate that? Because it's one thing to have the technology. If we can't reach the end merchant, that's a challenge. So there are new partnerships that we're bringing into the region that exist, work well in other regions, like payment facilitators, that can facilitate that process of going after those merchants. So we're very strategic about what we're doing to address exactly what you're saying. How do we go after those merchants that we can't effectively go after in a better way? How do we bring that technology and deploy it out to everyone in a more uniform and consistent way? And how do we protect everybody as we continue to grow our environment? I hope that helps a little bit, but more than happy to talk to you offline at the booth. Any other questions? We got a couple minutes. Huh?
No, we don't. We're red.
Any other questions? We have a couple minutes.
Flashing red.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señores. He's like, no, it's flashing, it's flashing. Some of the biggest takeaways, the partnerships. I thought that was a fantastic question, re the banks, because they do have a very critical role that they play when we speak about financial inclusion and being able to accept payment. Cultural, social factors, you have to look at it. In the Caribbean and Latin America, a lot of us are still unbanked. So if the people them still unbanked, how do we even start speaking about payment portals if you have to have a bank account, even the most basic savings account attached? A lot of us are still unbanked because many people either don't trust banks, right? They have a very, they're very aware of fraud that takes place. And not only that, just to sign up to get an account in 2023, people asking for 200 references, and it's almost like they want to also know your blood type. So if it is so difficult for me, why not just do my cash thing same way? At least I'm able to survive. So we need to look at the cultural, social factors and awareness. We have farmers, and a lot of the persons talking about financial inclusion, in order for them to actually understand, they had to go down to farms and say, let us show you how. So even the awareness strategy and campaign has to be way bigger to get to people so that they can understand what financial inclusion all looks like. I love the conversation around financial inclusion because it is in fact important. So we're moving from expanding financial inclusion through secure digital payments, but we're still within the fintech and the financial inclusion space. So our next panel discussion is going to be entitled Facilitating an Enabling Environment for Fintech Acceleration in the Caribbean. I'm extremely fascinated. Our moderator is Catalina Bantula Camps, Innovation and Products Communications, Visa Latin America and Caribbean. The keynote will be delivered by Alan Coeli, Vice President of Products for the Caribbean and Central American Region, Visa. And they'll also be joined by Bobita Ram, General Manager, MMG, and of course, Alan Coeli will come back and be a part of that panel discussion. So let us jump in to this fantastic conversation about facilitating an enabling environment for fintech acceleration in the Caribbean.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks again for being here, and thanks to the Canto team for the invitation to speak. Our theme is about enabling fintech acceleration in the Caribbean. And so we're going to do a bit of a hybrid approach. I'll just spend a few minutes talking about where we see the payment trends that we see fintechs participating in today and going forward. And then a little bit about what Visa does to help enable fintechs in general. And then we'll have a panel discussion where we'll broaden up the conversation and the topics to include fintech, but as well as other topics of interest in the Caribbean. So with that, as we look to trends and as we look to what's happening in this space, I think a few of the prior presentations talked about the impact of the pandemic, because before we talk about the future, it's important to level set just how big of an impact it had digitizing a lot of transactions, particularly in two particular components. One is around contactless transactions, right? And it was first motivated by fear or health concerns. No one wanted to touch physical cash. No one wanted to touch cards. So people started motivating and incentivizing others to use contactless payments. And again, once changing consumer habits is incredibly difficult. It takes time. You have to show them it works, especially any habits around money. But what the pandemic did do, okay, now you've got to use it this way. And once consumers start transacting and they see that it's a simple, it's safe, it's fast, they continue doing so. Today we have 11 markets in the Caribbean and in Central America where more than half of the transactions are contactless. So contactless is a big theme, helped get accelerated during the pandemic. So that's huge. The second one is around electronic commerce. So, the first, it was around middle of March, or I remember it was a Friday the 13th actually in March, when a lot of these quarantines started hitting, people wouldn't go back to work. So we had only a couple of weeks within that first quarter, right, where there was this big switch. So according to our stats, 13 million people did their first e-commerce transaction in Latin America in that first quarter of 2020. Now, again, you start using it, you like it, you see it's convenient, and now what we see is that 57% of consumers, they've kept that habit. 57% of consumers are making transactions at least once a week. So again, two big changes that were helped accelerated by the pandemic around contactless transactions and around e-commerce. Now, when we look at fintechs, and we look at the last couple of years, you'll notice a big jump up, because I actually led some of our initial efforts in the fintech space. And when we started looking at fintech funding, it was hundreds of millions of dollars, right? We see that from 2008 to 2020, how it starts increasing, and then just this ginormous boom in 2021. Obviously, we had a lot of capital floating around looking for opportunities. I think the region has proven that it can have successful exits and that it can scale, right? And so hitting almost $14 billion in funding, big drop off. I mean, when you looked at a lot of investors, we had investors tell us that perhaps there was some exuberance. So a big drop off from 2021 to 2022, but still at a higher level, over 4.2 billion than the years prior. But so we see more kind of cost cutting, more consolidation as fintech, as funding gets a little bit more difficult. It's really focused on delivering and executing on that business plan. But I think a key message here is that the region has proven, and so if you've got a smart idea as a fintech, money will find that talent and provide that funding to help develop the idea. When we look forward, so we talked a little bit about the past, how things, where the pandemic helped us. We see about 6 key trends. We're not going to deep dive into them, but it's just to highlight some things. We see the virtualization of money, more and more of these digital solutions. Obviously, when you look at stable coins, CBDCs, you've got that as a growth area. Mass customization, I think people have been talking about artificial intelligence a lot. There's more data produced every year than all the other years combined, between more powerful phones, more people online. And so using that to drive a very personalized experience to the consumer. Exchange of data gets formalized. Think of this more in the open banking space. You've got regulatory environments in Brazil, highly structured. You have others where governments provide guidance, like in Colombia, in a market-led model, more like the US. But increasingly, open banking will become a reality, and that exchange of data gets formalized. Internet of Things, this idea of all our connected devices around the world, becomes the economy of things. More and more transactions are going to be increasingly automated between machines, right? When I've got my vehicle, my electric vehicle that's pulling up to get an X amount of kilowatt hours of electricity, and I've got a credential associated with it, a lot of that transaction happen without a need for human intervention. Digital identities, we've got a number of, especially in the Scandinavian countries, governments and private entities coming together to establish a standard around a digital ID. Digital IDs that can not just streamline payments, but streamline all sorts of transactions and not just in the payment space, but also contracts, other type of things. Digital IDs helping to streamline payments. And then certainly the metaverse. A lot of people compare the metaverse today to what e-commerce was in the year 2000. Very early stages. Primary on-ramp right now is gaming. But this idea of a decentralized platform based on blockchain and digital assets using NFTs growing in importance over the next few years. For us, it's more an agnostic. Will it take off? Will it not? It's more about we want to be where our consumers want to engage and want to shop. So some future items that we think fintechs are going to work hard at developing and evolving these use cases. So when we look at enablement, which is part of the theme, how do we work with, how do we partner with fintechs? Ultimately, what we've been building over the last 5 to 7 years is this open collaboration ecosystem, right? We need to develop solutions, and those solutions are like jigsaw puzzles. There are pieces that Visa brings to the table. There are pieces that our clients and our FI clients and our partners bring to the table. and ultimately the fintechs and other partners help to deliver. Now, when fintechs come to Visa, there's a couple different ways collaboration takes place. One is they want to issue. So they want to provide credentials to consumers or perhaps to merchants. And so our FinTech Fast Track is our program where we provide accelerated process to get access to licensing. In a number of our geographies, the banks, the governments have come up with new licenses, either FinTech legislation or legislation to allow new entrants. Take advantage of that to get a license to be able to work with Visa. It's not just a license. Need to be able to process and perhaps program managers. So we try to bring that together through our FinTech Fast Track. The second area is our partner portal. So when we look at, there's a number of solutions we need to collaborate with, whether it be digital wallets, digital banking, alternative lending, vendor payments, disbursement. These are just a few examples of areas where we collaborate between our FinTech partners as well as our clients to help deliver. And the partner portal brings these opportunities to life. How they can partner with Visa and how can they partner with Visa's network. The third piece is around our Visa Everywhere initiative, and I really like this initiative. This is something we launched in the year 2015, and this is more to scout early stage companies, right? Because every large company started off as a small one with a particular solution. So since our launch, we've worked with more than 4,000 startups who have received more than $2 billion in funding. And again, so we put this competition together throughout the region, try to identify those best solutions. We have the competition, but really the competition is a way for them to showcase their solutions, and then we work to see how we collaborate with them. This is something we've done, and one of the examples I'll mention from our collaboration is one of our winners for Visa Everywhere initiative in Latin America, based out of Panama, but it's got a significant presence throughout the Caribbean, and we'll talk about how we partner. But this is an initiative we do annually, and again, it's a way for us to engage the newer companies. In addition, this helps identify, and once we do, we can make, simple just, hey, it's a commercial partnership. Second, it could be we make an equity investment, like we've made in a number of firms around the world, and then acquisitions, and I'll mention a couple of examples that we can walk through. So Figaro here is this example. So they won our Visa Everywhere initiative a number of years ago. They are based out of Panama, but they've got presence throughout the Caribbean, in Trinidad, in Jamaica, in the Dominican Republic, in Puerto Rico, just to name a few. And what they help provide, they're a solution that help merchants who don't have an online presence go from that offline world to the online world. So setting them up with their page to be able to interact in this world. Rappi is a urban delivery player out of Colombia who's expanded throughout the region. We partnered with them to issue credentials. Consumers built a relationship with them on delivery, and they also offer financial services. How we've partnered in Trinidad and Tobago in the IFC with One FinTech Avenue, a FinTech and innovation hub in Trinidad, where the idea is we can promote greater collaboration. MoneyGram, Western Union, Remitly. Remittances is a big theme in the Caribbean. So what are we trying to do there? Use some of our platforms to deliver remittances to credentials, helping bring down costs. Companies that we've acquired, Yellow Pepper, a FinTech focused on Latin America, actually based out of Miami, that's now part of our Visa Direct suite, helping to enable P2P payments. Recently, just over the last couple of weeks, we announced the acquisition of Pismo. It's a Brazilian-based, cloud-based processor. Again, how we can enable new solutions. And certainly working with governments. Government's a big part of what we do, represent a large share of GDP, have different angles, both as someone who disperses payments, accepts payments, as well as define legislation, like the case of in Trinidad, trying to define this future path towards a cashless society. So multiple examples of how we work to enable fintechs. It is about collaboration. We're looking to build the future of payments together. And before I go to the panel, a key message, if you've got ideas of how we can partner and collaborate, we'd love to hear it and see if there are some synergies there. And with that, I'll turn it over to Catalina to walk through our panel.
Thank you so much. Very insightful. We're going to segue into the panel, and also joining us from Mobile Money Guyana is Bobita Ram. And I think first off, to get started, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what Mobile Money does?
Thank you, Catalina. So I'll focus very little on myself and more about what Mobile Money does. But my background is remittances, and Alan talked about remittances and its importance to the Caribbean. And in the remittances world, you'll realize that the same people who send money, why are they sending monies home? They're sending it to pay bills, to top up phones, to buy groceries, and so there's a real natural alignment between remittances and mobile money. Now, Mobile Money Guyana, we operate a mobile wallet system through a hybrid approach. Early on, we realized we could have tried to convince Guyanese to all sign up for wallets, but it's a mystifying process. We found that it was a process that you see glazed eyes, and you see persons who don't have anything to compare it to. And they're the customers that you're trying to change their behaviors. And these are behaviors over hundreds of years of we get paid in cash, and so we do everything else in cash. And so the hybrid approach that we took on was a network of agents across the country. For those of you who know Guyana, there's a large rural population, and then there's the urban population in the city. And even the urban population in the city, it's not unheard of. I get paid into a bank account, but I walk up to the ATM and I take the cash out and I do everything else in cash. So we developed a hybrid model of agents, and the agents are spread across all 10 regions of the country. And it's the demystifying factor for us, because the customers, they know these agents. They're pharmacies, grocery shops, cell phone stores that they're accustomed to transacting with. And now with those agents, they're now able to access digital financing, the digital transactions. We started with bill payments, and we focused heavily on bill payments. Earlier on, Richard talked about 50% of GTT's bill payments are done through mobile money. Added to that, over 35% of water payments and electricity payments today are done through mobile wallets, through mobile money in Guyana. And so we recognized, okay, the bills that have to be paid every month, the ones that we most rely on, is where we started building the trust. Trust is critical in this business. The agent model also, what it did, it helped to confirm for that customer that if you put the money in the wallet, you can take it back out. So today we have over 1,050 agents across Guyana. And earlier on, what we found is they'll put money in simply to just pay the bills. So the wallets would go up and then zero, up and then zero. Now we're finding more monies are staying in the wallets. And so we found that the trust is growing. Now, on top of all of that, the hybrid model with the agents, we diversified the transactions, top-ups, mobile top-ups. So over 1/3 of all of GTT mobile top-ups are done from the wallets today. We added merchant payments, and we added P2P transactions, very similar to the remittances world, but on a local front. We recognized also that to build the trust, we had to add security features. So we then went into two-factor authentication. Someone who logs in, then they get an OTP, and they feel so much safer now with their wallets. Actually, we've gotten to a point where persons are leaving funds to the extent of kind of saving some of it. I'm saving in my mobile wallet. So that's an overview of mobile money. Another thing that helped a lot to enable the growth was the brand of our parent. GTT is a very strong, very recognized brand in Guyana, very trusted brand. And so the association helped earlier on, and then gradually we transitioned and strengthened the mobile money brand. It's MMG, and these days, I smile sometimes when people start using us as a verb. And you hear customers saying, MMG it to me, and okay. We've transitioned to being a verb. So that's an overview of Mobile Money Guyana.
That's a key metric of success, definitely, I think, right? So thank you. for that introduction. The last decade has been marked by a rapid digital shift, right? So the Caribbean has shown incredible momentum in the fintech space, with markets like Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Trinidad and Tobago, and Jamaica emerging as prospective fintech hubs. Let's deep dive into the remittances space. Alan, I think we can start with you. What have we seen in the Caribbean in this area that we know is a lifeline for many economies in our region?
No doubt. I mean, if you look at remittances as a share of GDP, it's above 20, 25% in certain markets. And remittances is something we're trying to see, you know, it's a way to drive greater financial inclusion, but also seeking to give some more alternatives, digital alternatives that help lower the cost of delivery. So two things. If you look at our network, Visa started off as a network, and kind of the traditional transaction, you go to the Starbucks here, and basically you're asking permission from that person's issuer, hey, can you authorize these $5 transactions? You say yes, and it goes through. That's the typical flow. So what we do to enable the remittances flow is something we call Visa Direct. And we've also evolved from just a network to a network of networks. Our job is to now facilitate the movement of money to and from different networks. And within that vein of Visa Direct, as a network and network of networks, we've got 7 billion endpoints, right? We've got 3 billion credentials, so I can send money through Visa Direct to a Visa card. I can send money through Visa Direct to a bank account, or I can send it through our partnerships to a number of digital wallets around the world. And that's what we're doing. The partnerships that we have, both with maybe some of those larger global players, like the Western Unions, Remittances, MoneyGrams, is really to serve, hey, now you can use and send that money direct to a payment credential. Consumers in the countries in the Dominican Republic, we've used the arrival of the remittance to bank that customer, to create a bank account, and say, hey, you no longer need to go to the kiosk, you receive it directly to your credential, and that makes life a lot simpler. So that's one way we're helping to enable that through the partnerships, and we mentioned the global players, but also some regional players. Someone like a Cash in Central America. It's not just the U.S. into the region, but sometimes it's intra-region, right? So it's Nicaraguan immigrants living in Costa Rica, well, enabling that remittance to go from Costa Rica back to Nicaragua. So ways we're trying to enable using Visa Direct to help deliver a more convenient, secure, and less costly remittance flow.
Thank you. Bobita, do you want to add anything?
Sure. So remittances is a little different than the traditional understanding of remittance for us in our world. So it's local, and what we found, again, Guyana, rural community, not unheard of. The breadwinner in the families working in the mining community, for example, and the families in the city. And what we found is mobile money is now being used to send. Interestingly enough, what we're finding is not being sent to be cashed out, but it's being sent to the landlord, the rent payment. It's being sent to pay the bill from the gentleman who's working in the mines, and he's actually going to an agent, and he's paying the bills, and of course he'll send the amount that he needs to send to the family in the city on the remittances side. Another interesting phenomenon we've recognized is what we call P2P is actually being used to funnel small business growth. And I was mentioning to Alan earlier, a number of small businesses, they showcase their products. If it's a marketplace, if it's their own, maybe they have websites, to a less extent, but a lot of them on Facebook, they're showcasing their products. And then they simply message the person and say, pay me, that's the MMG verb, MMG it to me, pay me by MMG, and I'll deliver the product. So from the whole remittance world is evolving. It's not just someone outside of the country sending money in, but it's the whole use of that money locally, where we've been enabling that, and we've been seeing quite a lot of growth. If we looked at some of the business aspect of how we've been supporting businesses, persons are coming to us now, and versus 5 years ago, they're actually coming to us and saying, I want to sign up. 5 years ago, it was us knocking on the doors saying, here's a product that's going to make your life easier. They've certainly recognized it. And Alan, you talked about COVID. I can't not mention the impact of COVID on the growth trajectory of MMG. It really did open eyes, and it changed behaviors for us, less influenced by us, but more influenced by a global phenomenon.
Excellent. So at Visa, we know firsthand that payments, innovation, and fintech partnerships help foster digital and financial inclusion. How do you see this space, the digital and financial inclusion aspect of the fintech innovation?
Right. So one of the things about, I mean, the common theme we've heard today is partnerships. And, in order for us to really bring technology into the hands of the citizens of all of our countries, we can try to do it by ourselves, and it'll be a long journey, expensive one, with lots of pain along the way, or we can partner. And so the way I see it is, as we move towards getting more and more persons financially included, it definitely needs partnership among the players in the industry. We've, earlier on, the way MMG is in Guyana, it's basically neutral. We are our parent is GTT, but we receive payments for our competitors in Guyana, and that's really where partnerships come in. And government brings a whole different aspect of it. Late last year and into this year, we've started a lot of initiatives with government, a lot of receiving payments on behalf of government, and then disbursing payments for government. So those kinds of partnerships, I believe, is where I see the most of our efforts going into in the coming years.
Yeah, no, financial inclusion is a huge opportunity, on the consumer side and on the small business side. One of the metrics we use to see, if you look at electronic payments as a whole, Visa and all its competitors, I think the Caribbean is anywhere from 15 to 20% of payments are electronic. That still means that about 80% are cash and checks. So the ability to bring in both consumers and merchants is huge. Financial inclusion takes different forms. Definitely have had fintechs, neobanks. Look at these stats. Since I think 2019, 100 million new people have been banked in Latin America and Caribbean. And a lot of that driven by, let's say, a player like a Nequi out of Colombia with 15 million accounts and a population of 50, right? Just making the whole process of onboarding simpler through a digital experience. Or maybe it's a Yap in Peru, that their hook was a P2P play, right? But then consumers realize, well, I need to have an account to be able to participate. And as they do, then they evolve into broader solutions. So you've got kind of, the neobanks, the fintechs playing. Remittance as that vehicle, this example that I mentioned, VBank Cash in the Dominican Republic, using that inbound remittance flow to convert that, use that as an acquisition opportunity to open up a bank account. And you've also got urban mobility. So just in Caribbean and Central America, we've launched urban mobility programs. So these are the trains, the buses, getting contactless acceptance on there in the Dominican Republic, in Guatemala, in Costa Rica, in Panama. And what that does is, this is where you build a habit, right? I'm going every day, I need to pay for this. But if we can give them now, so we've got the acceptance, now it turns to, let's give them a credential to then use. And once you've got that habit, I start tapping at the metro, similar we've done globally in London and New York and another number of transit systems around the world. That builds a habit, and then they want to use it for other things. So definitely different channels and vehicles we use to try to drive financial inclusion.
Definitely. So on the partnership side, let's pivot to the importance of private and public sector partnerships. We recognize these are powerful. Is there an example you can give us or talk a little bit about the importance of these?
I mean, I think there's a couple of dimensions with governments. We obviously using the pandemic example again, where you needed to deliver, funds in a crisis very rapidly. So in Guatemala and Dominican, just a couple of examples how we partnered to deliver. We created kind of a quasi-credential to deliver, funds. So government as a disperser of funds, huge opportunity, and something we continue to do in a number of markets where those subsidies are being delivered via a banked credential. The other one is the government as an acceptor of payments. In Panama, we've partnered where you can use your Visa credential to pay your taxes. We're also partnering with them to develop the small businesses, partnering with them to deliver that. Our region's been very active from a regulatory point of view. If you see what they're doing at CBDC, we've got 3 markets, Jamaica, Bahamas, and Eastern Caribbean, with their own CBDC programs. So regulatory frameworks that allow for new entrants that standardize, the ability to participate in multiple geographies at the same time or in a simplified way. Huge opportunities where we're working together to make things better, to bring more people in, and to continue developing the future of payments.
Just a few examples on our end. I mean, Alan said it best, right? The government partnership. Government is the largest payer and payee, at least in Guyana, and I'm sure in many parts of the world. And so a couple of things we've done. We have partnered with the only bridge. We have a bridge across. Guyana is the land of many waters, lots of rivers. And so the only bridge across from the east side to the west side, there's cashless payment of tolls now. And we called it Breeze Pass. And it's a line that is, there are 2 lanes that are just earmarked for that. And everyone else who's in the cash paying line, they just look at everyone else breezing by. And it's been working really great. We do the ferry payments are done through us. Pension payments we just launched. A lot of the payments for services, NIS, National Insurance Scheme, the Revenue Authority, the Guyana Police Force. You can't get more trusted than when the police trust you. And one of the key things for government they've recognized is accountability. And the fact that the digital transaction helps them with that narrative of accountability and just totally removing the need for people to, 1, line up, 2, travel far distances to access government services, and layered on top of that, this new thing of accountability, accounting for every transaction that's paid exactly the amount that's supposed to be paid. We all know the challenge governments face when they try to, they're obviously trying to improve on accountability. So I absolutely, I mean, from our end, we've committed our focus on private-public partnership, working with government to enable more and more payments in Guyana.
Excellent. So looking into the future, what do we see for the Caribbean region over the next 3 to 5 years? What's next in our markets?
Well, I mean, I think, I mentioned that statistic earlier today, 80% of payments are still in cash and checks. How do we address that? I mean, it's building the network that's got 2 components. One is credentials on the consumer side, right? Trying to bank all these individuals, give them a way into the electronic payment world, but also on the merchant side. So look, I expect the growth like we saw in Brazil and Mexico of these payment facilitators that are able to deliver new solutions and bring in new merchants. You don't need a traditional terminal anymore. Using or QR codes or tap to phone, you're able to use existing devices to be able to deliver acceptance. We see that and also partnering with governments. Definitely, I think, just like the success you guys have had in Guyana, the need for P2P payment solutions, not just locally, but across the Caribbean. I mean, there are big needs there that I think that we'll see the development of that. Contactless, which has been big across the region, you're going to see the expansion of that, across the Caribbean that's just going to become the standard default way of payment. So more along those lines, more of those development of use cases. Again, trying to develop, really tap into that 80% of payments that are still cash and checks.
Yeah, one of the things we haven't touched on is the role of the regulator in fintech and in adoption across the region. Very, very important role. And one of the things I see is a refinement of the legislative framework. There's quite a lot of overlap, and the overlap creates complexity. And so operators like ourselves, or you find, you want to partner, and partnership is the general theme, and absolutely we should, but then some regulation that affects the partner prohibits this partnership from going forward. And so I believe that one of the things we're going to see, because regulators have recognized the role digital payments and mobile payments is going to have in the region, is some clarity. I think there's going to be less complexity. I look forward to it, actually, of the really refining the regulatory framework under which we operate. Some of us, in the mobile payments world, have been caught with telco regulations, remittance regulations, and we're smack in the middle, and we're asked to comply with both. And it just becomes really challenging. So I really do look forward to the removal of some of these complexities and just very clear regulations on the way we are going to operate.
Fantastic. That's amazing. So that brings us to the end of our session. Thank you both for the great. We have we have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. When I think about mobile money, I generally think about, as you would have said, financial inclusion, allowing participation in the economy without bank account, those persons who are unbanked. When you look to regions like Africa, Kenya, you've seen rapid growth in mobile money solutions, surge and a quick adoption. My question is, we've been in this stage of, the Caribbean is a great prospective fintech space. There are plenty of opportunities, but we've kind of been stuck in that opportunity phase. What are we getting wrong? What are we missing? Is there anything that we can look to that region and have some transferable learnings and kind of learn from there? And then my question for Babita as well is, I'd love to understand in Guyana, how has the adoption been? Alan referred to 80% still cash, still check in the Caribbean. Is it the same in Guyana in particular? Has there been more rapid growth in that country?
So I'll probably take the second question first, Alan. So just to answer your question, what we've seen, Guyana has 800,000 people, and we have just over 50,000 are using the wallets, and then we have another 60,000 that are going to the agents. So my example of the hybrid approach that we've taken, 110,000 people in a country of 800,000 speaks to the adoption. And what we've found is they use the agent first, month 1, month 2, month 3, the payment gets to where it needs to get to. They see it on their bill the next month that they get their bill, their utility bills. Trust is now built, and now they come on and they sign up for the mobile wallet. So that's the journey we've seen with the customers in Guyana. And to answer your question, I think it's what have we gotten wrong in the past, and it's being addressed by the operators now. It's the mystification, is what I was talking about. So you know, from our perspective, some of us in the fintech world, I even say to my team all the time, we speak a very different language when we talk about sign up and do this and OTP. We actually, I'll give you a real example. We couldn't say, look for your OTP in your SMS. We had to write the word out one-time password, because what's an OTP? It's a real question that came to us from customers. So I think now that we've recognized that, make it as simple as possible, take the mystery out of it. And that's what we did, and that's what's fueled our growth.
I would say, and just on the question of mobile money, definitely kind of the benchmark for a mobile money program has been kind of M-Pesa in Africa. It's done really well and established those kind of habits. In an earlier time, we haven't seen a lot of examples outside, but I think what's happened, so you've got consumer habits, and M-Pesa was successful, that became the way. As the cost of smart devices and data has gone down, a lot of other people are trying to solve, in a different way with a more digital experience. So I wouldn't say there's something kind of wrong or that they haven't done in the Caribbean. The challenge we're always going to have in the Caribbean, and that's why, this kind of encouragement to create kind of a standardized regulatory infrastructure would help, is scale, right? Because we're looking at a population of 44 million. You take out Cuba, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and Haiti, it's about 34 there. So you're left with 10. Then take out, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and Trinidad and Tobago, which is another 7.5. You're left with 2.5 million to distribute over a number of islands. So, scale is the issue, right? How big is my addressable market? So anything we can do to make those markets more easier to kind of penetrate with one kind of scheme, I think that'll go a long way. So I don't think there's the entrepreneurs are there. Increasingly now, money will find them, but it's more about how do I scale a consumer, business to consumer business. We've also seen B2B players, someone like a Bit built the infrastructure based out of Barbados for the Dcash solution, also won a deal in Nigeria, right? Now you can scale across borders. So scale, I think, is just a challenge that we're going to have in the Caribbean, and it's more about how do we address it from a framework.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I loved the group shot. We just need to get a group shot. Loved the conversation. Thank you so very much for that well thought out question. Ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of announcements. Spectrum Management Task Force WRC 23 prep meeting. Of course, if you know you're a part of that, just ensure that you follow your times and that you are aware where and what time that takes place. There are lots of fantastic prizes. When we get back from lunch, within the first 3 minutes, I'm going to give away a smartphone. So if you're not in the room in the first 3 minutes, then you might lose out on that. At 4:45, we have the closing remarks by members of the board, as well as the mix and mingle reception and the survey. There is a Canto survey, and you can access that survey on the event app. So kindly do that before we all go back to our beautiful countries. So we go to our lunch break, and then we'll be back, and in the first 3 minutes, I'll give away a smartphone. Bon appetit. So try to get back in the room for 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. We will resume at 2 o'clock. So again, we will resume our second half at 2 o'clock, and we're asking you to be in the room at least in the first 3 minutes and see the prizes and surprises. Don't forget to visit your exhibitors at the exhibitors hall. And if you're at the top of the leaderboard, we have a prize for you later on in the day over at the exhibition hall as well.
be TNT. I'm proud to be TNT. I love this place. This is my country. I'm proud to be TNT. So proud to be TNT. I love this place. It's my
TSTT is the only local service provider in Trinidad and Tobago, and we are proud to own 1 out of 2 TIA 942B accredited rated 3 data centers in the Caribbean and 1 out of 5 in the Latin American region.
Our company API is worldwide, in presence with offices in more than 10 countries worldwide, and with partners in more than 60 countries, and having done audits, trainings in more than 150 cities worldwide.
So in terms of infrastructure, we have 2 12 kV feeds from TNTech, which covers our power aspect. Then we have backup power facilitated by our 2 1.2 megawatt generators. And this is backed up by our bulk fuel tank, which allows us about a little more than a month's worth of fuel for the amount of time that we have. Also, we have conditioned power via our rotary type UPSs. These are environmentally friendly as opposed to static type UPSs. We have no batteries. It actually conditions the power supply as opposed to most static type UPSs. Whereas we are able to change and convert that odd supply that we get from TNTech into a perfect world supply to provide to our critical load in our data center.
We've really invested a lot into getting the data centers fully certified.
TSTT's data center is TSTT's state-of-the-art data center in terms of electrical, power, control, and IT hardware. We are TIA 942B certified as a rated 3 data center. This accreditation not only covers the electrical and mechanical aspects of the data center, but includes categories such as security, architecture, networking infrastructure, fire suppression, and safety.
It is very important that the certification TIA 942 has 4 main areas, which are architectural, the building, location, etc. Second, mechanical, including cooling, safety, security, fire suppression. Third, electrical, and fourth, telecommunications, to make sure that your communications are uptime and reliable.
We developed a complex system based on world-class technology and sound infrastructure for our own success.
This TIA certification also means for our customers that we're fully certified in producing and also rendering telecommunication services and connectivity for our clients.
We know the effects of the labor and all the natural disasters and the laws that are prohibitive towards people in the region putting their stuff on the cloud.
We at TSTT could give you that comfort zone and that your data is perfectly fine and secured. We have partnered with all the major security firms, whether it be Checkpoint and Palo Alto, to provide you with that comfort. And we are also have expertise in all the engineers that operate our cloud services, so they are aware of all the new trends in the industry, and to assure you that your data also stays on island and there's nowhere outside, so to give you that sort of comfort zone.
Our client base, okay, is from the big companies like HP, IBM that we have partners with, but also big telco companies, government agencies, banks, universities, everyone that has a data center, because they need to make sure that the reliability of their data center is secure and they do the right service and a reliable service to their customers.
This data center is TIA 942 certified, which means it meets international global standards and the highest standards for data centers.